My intern just went dark on that BRB, but it is what it is. Technically my fault. My cat was sitting on the router. I shooed the cat away. She dragged the cable. It got disconnected. Good times. Anyways, don't have too much time. Gonna do these two reacts real quick. We're gonna go into Shadowbringers MSQ, and then at 7 p.m. we have Dragonflight beta testing the normal raid, if I even get a chance to do that. So without further ado, let's hit it. Narc, my favorite Ashes of Creation creator. Ranger reveal, Ashes of Creation aiming for greatness. Let's see. What I want from a Ranger class is to be a mix of range and DPS. So my view of a Ranger is similar to Neverwinter Online Ranger, or Archer, whatever that class is, that has like, he jumps out, does his like ranged combo, switches to daggers, jumps in, does his like melee combo, switches to the arrows, to the bow and arrow, jumps out, ranged combo. I want something like that, where there's like an in and out type of scenario. Red Mage in Final Fantasy is kind of similar, but it's a caster, which is like, I don't like too much, even though Red Mage is a very mobile caster. I want what Red Mage is in terms of like a Ranger's class. Let's hope this is what it is, but let's see.
Boys, so no intro today because I'm so behind on everything that it's driving me insane.
Good. You want to be behind everything, means you're busy.
Live stream. We know pretty definitively what's coming this month, and I'm excited to go over it. But before we get into that, our patrons and I would love
Nice. Grab a Copa-Cola.
because we have 3 major reveals this month. A brand new, badass, classic fantasy race in
Nice.
the form of the Minotaurs. These should
Oh,
be
shit.
exciting to see, but I won't talk about
They got Tauren.
They
They got Tauren.
Well, there's not really much to say, and besides, the 2 other topics are where it's at. Now, with all that bollocks out of the way, let's begin, shall we? So the first of our reveals this month is coming in the form of how ranged combat will work. There have been many different iterations of ranged combat in the MMORPG multiverse, and I will briefly go over 4 main types and talk about which one I hope we will see. The hybrid combat situation is always going to be a controversial one, which is great news for me because it's easy farming for views. No doubt this month will be a lot of back and forth discussing the long-term implications of their ranged combat. I will likely make 6 or 7 videos, so you guys better prepare yourselves for infinite amounts of copium. We'll dive straight into the types of ranged combat, starting with the type of combat that I actually think reflects Alpha 1 the most. As you can see from the footage in the background demonstrating how the wand actually works, it kind of locks onto targets and auto-aims despite the combat being hybrid-based. This particular lock-on style is known most commonly as tab targeting, and in my opinion, should be how all ranged combat is handled in an MMORPG. This
For the most part.
Games like World of Warcraft, Final Fantasy XIV, Rift, etc., etc. Basically, all the WoW clones reflect.
I agree, but also disagree. As far as the range classes goes, I feel like there should be a bonus for people who manually aim and do headshots and stuff, whereas the auto aim option would be mostly body shots, or like only body shots with a percent chance for crit. But if you do manual aim and you do headshots, that's always a crit, and that would like really increase the skill level of like the players. I feel like, but at the same time, I don't know if they want to go down that route where it would really like separate the community of like who's good and who's bad, but at the same time, fuck them. Make it good.
Targeting combat system.
Make it happen.
Ranged combat. It may just be my nostalgia talking, but I genuinely believe a more single target focused combat style allows encounters to be designed in ways that cleave and based combat simply cannot. This involves crowd control, single target focus, and teamwork related synergies, but I digress. All these topics are prime examples that I could actually farm ad revenue for next month, and besides, we've got a lot to get through today. So at this point, I think we'll start blurring the line between tab targeting and action.
Bro, you can have wings? I want wings, bro. I want like super fleshy, big ass fucking wings in my game. Oh, wait, this is Guild Wars 2. Never mind.
With a little system Guild Wars 2 coined as hybrid. Steven himself mimics this term, and from what we've seen so far, it seems Ashes of Creation is taking the hybrid combat system and improving upon it in many aspects. I am confident this trend will continue through the ranged combat, but let's take a look at two hybrid combat types that, to me, do still feel good. We might as well start with Guild Wars 2, as this is the combat that they are trying to reflect, and it works in a very interesting way. You have both the action camera mode and tab targeting mode, and although they have identical mechanics, the targeting functions slightly differently. Whilst in tab targeting mode, your character actually auto-faces and instantly fires their shot. The projectiles in Guild Wars 2 move extremely fast, making them very difficult to dodge just by moving, but it's not entirely impossible to do in some niche cases. However, things get interesting when you switch to the action camera mode. Whilst in action camera and utilizing the reticle, it almost becomes FPS-like, but we'll be
auto aims
more in detail in a moment. It is not fundamentally the same as an FPS style combat. It is simply just how it's presented, and because of this, I always recommend people do not play a ranged class in Guild Wars 2 with the action camera. In my opinion, this mode simply exists to make melee combat feel more responsive and modern compared to the tab targeting alternative. This recommendation will probably extend to Ashes of Creation, and it's this particular hybrid combat that I expect to see in tomorrow's livestream. But we're not done here yet, my friends. Another hybrid type exists and is also rather interesting and should get a mention. WildStar introduced an interesting cleave type hybrid combat that utilizes telegraphs to present range, size, and threat of nearly all abilities.
Which game is this?
Although this did kind of make WildStar feel like a
WildStar
show with no actual impact to anything, the clear indication of what was negative or positive effects in the world was one that I appreciated. That clear distinction between the two may just be my autistic brain functioning on a binary level.
I still know people who swear by like how good WildStar is. Like, bro, if it was good, wouldn't be dead, would it?
Tend to see things either ones or zeros, but I recognize that not everyone enjoys this. Variety is the spice of life, I think the saying goes. It is not a saying that I abide by, but the values behind it certainly have some merit. Now, with these three initial combat modes explained, it's time to talk about the final type. The type that I think is probably the most skill-based. New
Warframe.
In my opinion, by far the worst fucking combat in the MMORPG genre.
I did not expect that. I thought I was gonna say the most. I thought I was gonna compliment it, but then again, expecting compliments about New World from him probably not gonna happen.
Oh, come on, guys. Did you really think I wasn't going to take this opportunity to take a massive dump on my favorite toilet again? It's the bad kind of slow, it's clunky, and feels almost glitched when you compare it to another action MMO like Black Desert Online. Everything you do in that game feels like you're being held back by some chains, and the terrible animation-based stagger effects just drive me out the wall. To supplement my hate for the combat in this game, they also have a purely aimed, almost FPS ranged combat style. Depending on the weapon that you use, the musket being hit scan and the bow being projectile based, you must physically aim at people to hit them. Now, a lot of you may claim that this is skill-based combat, and yes, I agree it is skill-based combat, but that's not why I dislike it. The reason I dislike it is for the same reasons that I dislike BDO's combat. I dislike it because I'm playing an MMORPG, not an FPS. I want teamwork-based combat, the type of combat that MMOs excel at, not some stuffed FPS bullshit. The skill in an MMORPG to me comes in the synergy and teamwork with your guild or group, not how well you can gank people using overpowered...
I don't know, man. I feel like both can be like in the game at the same time, but the possibility of outplay because you're just a better player, I feel like that's also something like that people like in MMORPGs. I love seeing, well, Except when it's a mage, I don't like that. But I love seeing people who just get ganked by 2 people, but then they massacre those 2 people, right? Just because they're just way better players. And you can't really do that in majority cases because of how the game works. But if it's skill based like this, you technically have more possibilities for countering.
Powered meta builds in unfair 1v1 situations. Anyway, I feel almost confident Intrepid haven't chosen to go with this style, so I am fairly happy to just shit on it freely. Surely they won't fuck up the combat in their game this badly, right? So let's move on to the next major thing coming, which is the reveal of our first post-Alpha 1 class, which is, of course, the Ranger, the only class that I literally don't care about. So let's discuss this next.
I wonder if he's a paladin player, honestly, at this point. He sounds like a paladin player. I'm a paladin player, that's why I'm saying he sounds like a paladin player. We're whiny little bitches. The Ranger review.
That confirms this, aside from Stephen quite literally telling us a few months ago, and I'll quickly go over these now, starting with this clip during the melee combat showcase.
Looking forward, as we continue to flesh out both the medium melee weapons, and we'll be showcasing our ranged weapons. And
it looks so weird. It's like the rocks look very different to the plants. Like the texture is so different. The plants versus the rocks. Like the rocks are obviously solid, yeah, but like the plants, because they're moving, they just look like they're kind of phased, whereas the rocks look like they're just there.
Combat in a future stream.
It's weird.
We're also going to be talking a little bit about and showcasing, which you guys got a little sneak peek on a few abilities, some class kits, and the ability systems as a whole.
This pretty much confirms we'll be seeing an in-depth look into the abilities and ranged combat, but there's further confirmation for more possible things we may be seeing this month involving the interaction of secondary archetypes.
If a martial DPS archetype takes a magical DPS secondary archetype, for example,
War Mage, yes.
a rogue plus a mage, will it scale off of the physical stats, magical stats, or both when it comes to damage and abilities?
That is a very good question, and I want to reserve the answer for that when we do our deeper dive into combat, because that is a particular point of contact or particular point of information that's related to some future demonstrations we have regarding combat that I think is going to be important and people are going to be very interested in. So look forward to when we do deeper dives into the combat, and that'll be
we'll
coming
be showing
up over
class
the next few
kit stuff,
months.
yeah,
Yes,
in the next few months, which is exciting.
So it's all very exciting and plenty to look forward to.
Guess you're log queued. This is indeed pre-alpha footage. How would it work if you take like a rogue and you mix it with a mage? I think it would scale off agility as well as intellect at the same pace. I think you would just have items that are like agility and intelligence, or dexterity and intelligence. Which one would be the major one? I would say 60-40 for your primal. So if let's say you start as a rogue would get the 60%, int would get the 40%. However, if you start as the mage would get the 60%, rogue would get the 4%. Though at the same time, I don't mind it being 50-50. But I feel like if you start as a rogue, there's a specific reason you start as a rogue, because the rogue playstyle is what you want to focus on, whereas the mage is more of a supplementary abilities that you can do. So that's why I'm saying like maybe 60-40, maybe even 75-25. Like that would be like the worst case scenario, 75-25. But I think 60-40 would be a decent balance, because then you can really customize more of how you want to play your class. Same with like if you go, for example, you go warrior and then priest, so you make a paladin. I still think majority of your bonuses should come from strength. However, int and wisdom, if they have those like dual kind of like caster stats, so like int and wisdom or whatever they choose for the priest, that should be less impactful on you. So you're still a warrior at nature, but you have an attunement to be a priest. So the priest stuff is supplementing your warrior. Usually the way I would view like a warrior priest, even though it is a paladin, I would view it more of a warrior that can give himself certain buffs, right? Like empower his ability and stuff like that. I wouldn't necessarily call him like straight up like a full-on healer. Like he has off heals, maybe some aura for healing or something like that, but he wouldn't be like considered like straight up a healer, right? More of a supplementally healer. Like when he attacks, the light splashes around him and he heals people in his area or something like that, but not for like massive amounts. That being said, I still think it would be like majority strength character because that's where his attunement came from. Think about this way. Let's say like you're an infant and like for 30 years of your life, all you do is strength training, just like fucking like, you know, you get like a fucking like massive juicy arms, right? You just like all of you is strength. And then when you're 30, you decide, you know what? I believe in God. And then you just start fucking praying and shit, right? So it's like, well, listen, you're kind of new to this aspect, so it's probably not as much, but you're still very physically attuned, right? If that makes sense, yeah. Right? You get my train of thought. You get what you know. Are you picking up what I'm putting down, kind of thing? I'm not too good at explaining it, but I think that's pretty much what I feel about. If you start as a strength character, strength is your main goal, right? And everything else is supplementary.
We could, of course, just be getting mainly ranged combatants.
It's even easier to say would be like someone who was like, let's say, a powerlifter, and then he just starts, well, like after like 30 years of powerlifting, he's like, you know what? I want to be more agile and more dexterous, and it's like I want to be more precise, and starts working on his agility. Listen, you can do that. You can be a hybrid. However, your strength still plays a way bigger role than your agility. Right? It's like you're never going to be as agile as someone who went agility first. Same like if you go agility for 30 years and then you decide to be strength, your agility will keep you going for a very long, will keep going with you for a very long time before you even shift to strength, right? So
some of the basics revealed from the Ranger class kit, but as Intrepid like to be vague with their teases, I think anything can happen, really. Rangers have been a staple for...
Impossible to balance, by the way.
I started my MMORPG career as a hunter back in the day. Maybe that contributes to why...
The thing is, I really hope, Ashes of Creation doesn't have super hard content. Not because I don't like hard content, but because hard content makes people forget about having fun in the game and they're just trying to play the meta that fits into the ability to be invited to do the hard content. I'm not saying that there shouldn't be hard content because a lot of players would want to do it, but at the same time, I feel like an MMORPG shouldn't focus on hard content outside of like cosmetics, because I think you want the players to just enjoy the journey more so than go and beat the hardest bosses, right? Again, you can have hard bosses. I'm just saying like that the epitome of like the min-maxing bullshit like you have in World of Warcraft and Mythic raiding, where people like are min-maxing, and it's like you can't just bring any combination to the raid that you want in a Mythic raid. You have to have proper combination of classes, right? Obviously there's multiple combinations, but you can't just bring like full paladin group because shits and giggles to a Mythic raid. Yeah, maybe probably you can to some bosses, but you see what I mean, right? So it's like I feel like same with like ultimate raids, even though ultimate ultimate trials in Final Fantasy, eventually technically you can bring all the classes, but when it just starts, not so much. Same with like Savage Week 1. This whole like min-max stuff has to be its own area that is separate from people enjoying the game and just like trying new things and stuff like that. I feel like the RPG genre is all about like developing your character in the ways that you find fun to play. But the problem is with the min-maxing meta, you will many times play the optimal build, which is not optimal for your fun. And I think that's like the worst part.
I hate them so much in the current year. They typically come with a pet and focus on ranged physical DPS. World of Warcraft's Hunter and Guild Wars 2's Ranger are probably the closest representations we'll get for Ashes of Creation's iteration. However, it's important to note that there are
I hope not.
a couple of mechanics in this highly anticipated MMO that do not follow the usual traditions. For example, pets function quite differently in Ashes of Creation. All classes can have a pet, and because having a pet is a core part of the animal husbandry artisan skill in Ashes, I don't expect to see a pet in tomorrow's livestream. What I do expect to see, though, is the representation of the ranger we saw back during pre-alpha testing. You see, even though this is going to be our first ever post-alpha 1 class reveal, the ranger isn't technically entirely new. Rangers and bows were originally planned for the Alpha 1, however, due to some technical issues, they ended up being scrapped and leaving us with just the mage, tank, and cleric. They seem to have...
It also could have been scrapped because maybe it wasn't doing what they want the ranger to do, right? And they couldn't get the ranger to do what they want to do, so they scrapped it. And like they reworked it from the ground up. You never know.
Your typical ranger tropes like traps, arrows, and AoE abilities, meaning we probably won't see anything too far-fetched during the live stream tomorrow. So on that note, I won't waste any more of your time, simply because I have nothing left of value to add today. I would instead propose a question to you, my dear viewer. What type of ranged combat do you prefer and hope that we will see tomorrow? This is probably the final piece of the combat puzzle, and I'm really excited to see what they have to offer. I've given you
yesterday, so today is the dive, right?
More lock-on tab target focused system rather than aimed, but I'm curious if the audience we've acquired over the couple of years on YouTube is also in favor of this traditional tab target system. But as usual, I am just one nerd desperate for a good MMO, and my opinions mean nothing without your mum in my bed. And hey, this is your last chance to come join the Discord for our watch party today, and the link for that is in the description below. That's pretty much it for today's video. A little bit of a shit one, but hey, I'm very behind, so I'm gonna crack on.
But Narc, Pantheon also has a ranger, but you never bother to mention what's the deal, man.
And to that I say, listen kid, if they bothered actually releasing any kind of relatable gameplay involving the ranger in the last 8 years that doesn't embarrass themselves like they did with the monk, then maybe I'd give it a mention. No, who am I kidding? This game is utter trash, and if you think that it's not, then you're high on copium.
Oh boy. Yeah, that's the Narc video. Good stuff, good stuff. Yeah, let's see. I don't see anything here about the live letter though. Support maintenance, of creation. Check out August development update to catch up on the latest. That's August. 1 hour ago. Just 1 hour remains until we're live with Steven Sharif and Margaret Crone. And this was an hour ago. I'm not following this, am I?
10 times more betting options. When's the last time
follow.
you got 10 times more of anything? One time I bought a value tub of ointment.
12 p.m. PT Friday.
At most.
What's the ointment for?
You can watch Walk Boring of Hour. Okay, so this will be in an hour. Okay. So you got time. It's 3 p.m. Alright. Cool. Alright. Well then. Let's watch the next Narc video, I guess. We got an hour. Let's see. Narc, convenience has gone too far, but Ashes of Creation is fixing it in 2022. But the game is not released till 2024 at the earliest. So, what are you talking about, Narc? Let's see.
We've made it halfway.
End game content.
Long and arduous journey, but
What game is this?
it's an MMORPG so magical, right? Yeah. It's been great. A bit of a... What's that noise?
Menacing. Yeah. Fucking underwear, bro.
So,
Redeem content skip.
hey, what up, boys?
Convenience.
A plague upon the MMORPG genre, or
Is it though? Like, I agree to an extent, yes, but also when you're playing a game that has a subscription fee and literally a lot of it is just like, well, I'm traveling from point A to point B. It's like, why does it take so long? Right? Why is like traveling from Ironforge to Stormwind takes you 5 minutes? It's kind of like, yeah, I guess it makes the world smaller, but also it makes it like the first time you do it is fine. But the 20th time you do it, it's like, bro, I'm so done with this Ironforge Stormwind bullshit. I've seen it all. I don't care. That's, I think, the biggest problem with convenience. That's why there is convenience.
Or perhaps a blessing? Depends on your perspective, of course. Are you a lazy zoomer who don't got no time to waste? Or are you a bitter old man who enjoys
Yes.
and suffering of a good grind? Well, these are obviously two stereotypical extremes, but as the MMORPG genre has
There is a good grind, there is just a grind. The just grind is usually not fun. Good grinds are fine, but why would you do them multiple times?
evolved over the years, to me, convenience has certainly gone too far. MMOs these days are desperate to bend over backwards and offer absurd levels of convenience that just make MMO worlds feel soulless. It is no longer about the journey or the struggle. It becomes how fast and painless can we reach our destination and then...
The way I see it, your first character on the brand new account should go through all the trouble. Your second one shouldn't. That's pretty much how I see it. It's not a journey for the second time. You've been through the journey. It's like rewatching a movie. Usually, also, it's like rewatching a movie as soon as you saw it. So imagine you just watched the Lord of the Rings trilogy and you have to rewatch it right away. It's not fun. Watch it again after like a few years and it's like, oh man, nostalgia and like this was such a good movie. Yeah, watching it again right away is not fun. Wrath of the Lich King is super fun. Why? Because we didn't have it for like 15 years. That's why 12 years, whatever. That's why Wrath of the Lich King is so much fun. If you had Wrath of the Lich King, then right away you have Wrath of the Lich King. Yeah, guess what? People are not going to be like, oh yeah, man, I missed that. Not, right? It's like Season of Mastering Classic is shit. Why? Because you just finished Classic. You just did it. It's not fun anymore.
Quit. And I'm excited to discuss this with you all today, but before we get into that, our patrons and I would love for you to grab yourself a... What? I can't enjoy a healthy drink? Oh, fine. Coca-Cola, because Ashes of Creation isn't planning to have all these modern MMORPG traits. There's very little convenience-based systems. However, does that lack of convenience become too much of a pain in the ass to endure? Well, today, I think we'll explore this, outlining where Ashes of Creation is planning to cut back, and if these are indeed a positive for the game or a negative. And hey, I'm excited to hear your thoughts about
I think it depends.
In the comments below.
But actually, he's just farming analytics for the mighty algorithm.
Now, with all that bollocks out of the way, let's begin, shall we? So I think today we'll start by outlining some pretty obvious differences between Ashes of Creation and some of our currently popular MMOs. Ashes is featuring a purely open world with no loading screens between zones, and to complement this, they have a very heavy focus on its scale. This focus manifests in multiple ways. First of all, by the sheer size of it, boasting a 1,200 kilometers squared map that was revealed during this month's livestream. This world is structured using 2 large continents and 2 smaller islands separated.
The question is, what speed are you running at or traveling at? Like 1,200, 1,200 square foot kilometer. That sounds, or is 12,000? He said 12,000, 1,200.
It's boasting a 1,200.
Yeah, 1,200. Okay, 1,200 kilometer square root map. Again, in real life, it's massive. Actually, is it? Yeah, it's pretty massive. Okay, but how fast are you traveling? So this map, let's say, can be like, what, 100 to 200 kilometers in length, maybe? But if you can get from from here to here in like 4 or 5 minutes of just straight running or flying, it won't feel that big anyway, so it doesn't matter. All depends like how fast you can go through it.
Squared map that was revealed during this month's livestream. This world is structured using 2 large continents and 2 smaller islands separated by a vast open
Dracoth.
between these land masses. However, the
Clan Squall Desert
emphasizes the scale is the lack of fast travel within Vera. Teleportation is extremely limited, unlike most of our currently popular MMOs where teleporting is all but mandatory, lest a plethora of complaints from boomers with 4 jobs begin arse-slamming the forums like a furry at a dog show. It's become such a core part of our MMOs these days that the idea of no fast travel is completely ludicrous. That is, unless you're a complete PvP degenerate and have millions of dollars to straight up make your own MMO.
That's some really good photoshopping. Oh shit, that actually looks like it would actually be Steven Sharif.
To do differently, and why? Well, it's quite simple really. Teleportation is frowned upon in this MMO. We've heard not a peep from mechanics like
And I feel like you need not mage portals, but you need some type of teleporters.
There is an interesting mechanic involving their family system, which acts kind of as a close-knit group of friends, and there's a summon ability within this system that allows you to teleport to one of your family members. Yes, exploitable and convenient mechanics that go directly against the game's philosophies. Interesting choice, Stephen, but I guess we don't really know how it'll work until we see it in
Probably 24-hour cooldown or some shit.
show, right? So let's give it the
Surely.
benefit of the doubt for now and talk about something completely left field, like
I feel like that's fine, teleporting to friends.
Fast travel mechanics in this MMO do indeed involve the node system.
Like the thing is, like, is it exploitable? Probably, but the amount of people who will exploit is minuscule, so it doesn't really matter. The min-maxers might exploit it, but like, who cares? Streamers will exploit, they're gonna have their friends all around the world, they're just gonna teleport from one point to another. Don't base your game around streamers. That's pretty much it.
We know for a fact that there will be
Also can give it like a 6-hour, 12-hour cooldown.
typical flight points from a game like World of Warcraft Classic, and in my opinion, this is probably the best way to handle the fast travel conundrum in an MMORPG. It allows that tiny pea inside your head to retain the world's scale at the cost of some time, and although some of you may say, but Narc, you gorgeous smelling and buff man, that time is just wasted. I've got more important things to do. And I'd say to that, you're a goddamn retard, because it is this time investment that makes MMORPG content meaningful. If you don't got the time, why are you playing an MMORPG? It's okay to stop playing this genre, guys. Nobody's gonna think you're a casual. Well, apart from people like me, of course, but hey, I'm pretty much just a parasite to society. When you're teleporting around instantly, it reduces the significance of an open world and removes important interactions like, actually seeing people in the world, and in Ashes of Creation's case, the potential for PvP, which leads us finally onto the scientific node. Did you know there is a building within this node type that allows you to teleport instantly to other nodes within its zone of influence? Very juicy quality of life, but it doesn't stop there. You see, having 2 scientific metropoli on one server allows everyone to have an
Metropolises.
setup taking you across the world high above the sky. Surely that won't result in a little bit of trolling as players are thrown to their deaths. I'd say the satisfaction of
That'd be great.
worth a little bit of corruption, am I right, guys? But do these limited fast travel options add to the game or take away? The problem with games that feature convenient travel systems is that you miss out on the feeling that makes...
Again, you don't want to miss out on the feeling. Here's a simple solution. Make it so you can't just right away teleport from place to place. You have to get there. You have to do some quests around that area before you are able to unlock that teleport spot. And there you go. You got your, what do you call it? Got your, like, world building. Like, you feel related to the world. You feel like there's nothing more for you to really explore in that area that you haven't explored already. Therefore, you traveling there again is just not going to be fun anymore. Right? Make people exhaust the area before you allow them to teleport. Right? And make it available for alt so you don't have to do it multiple times. They're done.
MMORPGs so special.
What is that? Big ice castle in the distance? Sir, I'll stop what I'm doing to see what a big ice castle is in the distance. Don't.
And it's really refreshing to see new players coming in.
See, the thing is, that used to be a thing. That is not a thing anymore. Look at every WoW expansion that comes out. You don't really care about places. You don't go exploring because you know there's nothing there. It's like you've been taught not to explore. Not because of convenience. Legion didn't give you the convenience. You didn't have flying. You only had your Hearthstone. You didn't have ports to like the locations until later on, until you finished the location. You didn't really have anything. It's like you didn't really care. Like you just like, okay, I'm just gonna go through the fucking zone, do the story, and I'm done. Right? People don't want to explore as much. In especially like a WoW expansion. But maybe in Ashes they will be exploring because it's a completely brand new world. And you want to be the first to discover something, somewhere, whatever. Right? And I really, really hope they add like cool, secret, fucking places that no one knew of. Like hidden walls or whatever. Not like hidden walls like in Dark Souls where you have to like hit the wall and disappears. But like, I don't know, imagine like a massive bushy area and like there's like a small spot in it that is actually a hole you can go through. And it's like, good luck finding that one out, you know? Just by mistake, you know?
To classic
shit like that. Don't make it appear on the maps.
Amazing sense of wonder today. So then,
No, they don't.
That makes everyday travel in an MMORPG not feel so dog shit. Well, aside from creating a diverse world and interesting standout points of interest, I think it's a simple answer. Player agency. Being able to physically do something about the speed that you are moving is a major component to making moving from point A to B not feel monotonous. Whether that's through mounts or sprinting or any kind of micromanagement of resources allows your mind to focus on anything other than pressing W for a length of time. This, in my opinion, is why
If you're pressing W, you don't even know how to play. There's always an auto-run option. Just do that.
New World was labeled as a monotonous walking simulator.
Yep.
To me, this player agency component fixes all convenience-based systems. The lack of player agency is why nearly everything has been convenienced. It just feels like as MMOs were commercialized and monetized as part of the mainstream gaming community, meaningful gameplay was replaced with convenience. Retail WoW is a perfect example of this. Blizzard's devs nowadays just lack the ability or the talent to make things feel meaningful. So to supplement this, they cut
I don't think so. I think people just don't consider anything meaningful in the game anymore. It's not new. No matter what you do now in the MMORPG, it is not new. Especially like a game like World of Warcraft. World of Warcraft is still World of Warcraft. Like, what can they really make? Oh, a Titan structure? Please, bro, I've seen a ton of them. You know? Final Fantasy XIV, Endwalker. Who really explored the area outside of what they would need to do for the MSQ and grabbing their ether currents? Let's be real. No one really did that. They went through the story. That's what was interesting. The story brought them to places. But it's like, you didn't like stop and like, holy shit. The only time that happened was like in Shadowbringers at the end of the Emmet Selk dungeon. Amorat? At the end of the dungeon, when you're like on this platform in space looking down on Earth, that was a sight. Right? Other than that, though, like no one really stops to like, and also when you were on the moon, you would look on Earth, right? But it's like, that's about it. Right? And if you get that vision multiple times, you're not gonna care. The only reason you care about things like that is because they're new. They give you a new perspective of the world you're playing in. You're not gonna get that almost ever, right? In a game like Ashes where flying would be extremely hard to get, flying like a Zeppelin or whatever, like he said that like you can fly people from place to place, that would be very interesting and very cool to watch at first. And after a week, it'll be like, yeah, whatever. We're just flying from point A to point B. I'm gonna go AFK real quick. I'm gonna go grab a drink while we were flying. No one cares. It's not even the convenience. It's just that it's not new and exciting anymore. We've seen all of it, right? Like players have seen it. It's not interesting anymore.
Cut out all the parts that contribute to MMORPG's immersion. Guild Wars 2 is also a prime.
Immersion is only immersion for the first time. On your second character, it's not immersive anymore. It's a chore.
For this, as it feels like the devs in that game bend over backwards to make everything convenient for us. Instant teleports every 5 seconds, easy access to dyes and transmog, popping out your asshole, access to the auction house with a press of a button, and ultra speed crafting. It's clean and feels great, but I think a lot of people would also agree that both Retail WoW and Guild Wars 2 are missing that sense of adventure in a massively multiplayer world.
What MMORPG in the recent 10 years have you gotten a sense of adventure out? Has anyone been on a massive adventure quest in Lost Ark? In Arcade? Aside from like your first boat trip, you know? Black Desert? ESO? No, you don't explore anymore. You've seen it all. It's not as interesting anymore to explore because you know there's nothing there to explore, right? Like, where are you gonna go? The end of the earth? Like, just watch a video of somebody swimming to the end of the earth. See what happens. No one wants to explore anymore. Like, it's not. You can blame the devs all you want, but the convenience is pretty much mandatory because people don't want to waste their time anymore. And I know he says, like, well, it's not wasting time. You just get more immersed in the game. No, you don't. No, you don't. The first time you do it, you're immersed in the game. The first time you see something, you're like, holy shit, that's cool. The second time you see it, it's like, oh, yeah, I remember this. That's nice. The third time you see it, it's like you don't even notice it's there. Like, you don't care. So you might as well just teleport from point A to point B because everything in that path you already seen and you don't care about. You only explore in your first couple tries at most. 1 or 2. That's it. You don't keep exploring throughout the fucking lifespan of the game. How many people are exploring in Elden Ring now? Which was a massive exploration game. Yeah, the first week was great to explore. Now, you know exactly where you need to go. Nothing is interesting. Nothing is new. Nothing is exciting. Going down to the place that's like super shiny with the fucking goat archers. First time you did like, holy fuck, man, look at this place. Second time you do it's like, ah, fuck, it's these stupid ass snipers. No, no one is exploring anymore. Just stop with the illusion.
They just feel like content conveyor belts. It's not ideal, but I think there's another reason why MMOs have regressed in such a way. And it is, of course, another opportunity to shit on our corporate overlords. Sir, he's doing it again. He's gonna shit on our pathetic leeching and monetary practices.
No, how could this be?
Liz.
We've sent him email after email, enticing him with huge sponsor offers, enough money to pay for pizza and the fabled Covert Cola every single day of the week. He just won't stop hounding us.
Sir, it's possible that...
Why are you in your underwear, though?
He just wants the MMORPG genre to be a genuinely better place?
Good one, Jenkins. Send him another sponsor. Double the last offer. This bold Asmongold wannabe does have a price, and we will eventually break him.
Personally, I think the reason why MMO...
So, this one is the one I do agree and I hate it. Monetized convenience is very bad for the game because then you feel like the game is slow on purpose. Like the devs made the game worse on purpose in order to sell you the convenience. Or, well, I mean, that's pretty much the only thing. And overall, it's like, you feel like you get cheated out when someone skips the stuff that you can't, because you can't afford it.
RPGs have
or don't want to.
Is a result of monetization. As the genre began,
I don't think so, though.
The devs
Some cases, yeah, like Archetypes, yes. Monetization practices are bad. Convenience in, like, let's say, World of Warcraft, it's like, meh. It's like, oh, a player boost? Bro, it's 2 days to get to max level, okay? Just grinding. Like, it's not a big of a deal. you know? It's like, who cares?
Surely the corporate publishers didn't try to claw the players back, they instead chose to claw the revenue back. After all, guaranteed income is far more safe and reliable than...
Oh, people with emotions, thoughts, and free will. The thought of it makes me sick.
So this led us down the route of cutting away content or balancing content around incentivizing the purchase of convenience-based microtransactions. Now, before we continue, convenience is just a way for corporate to hide the fact that they are selling us pay-to-win type items. When you're purchasing items with real-life money, such as experience boosters, level skips, extra bag slots, bank size increase, and all that shit that isn't cosmetic-based, it is a detriment to the game's progression.
Yeah.
It cheapens the feeling of immersing yourself into these fantasy worlds.
Well, the bag space actually is helping you immerse yourself more because you don't have to go back to town and sell everything every time. But yes, I agree overall.
Real-life money becomes a mandatory thing slapped in your face because this stuff has a big fat padlock with dollar signs on it. MMORPGs are no longer an escapism for people. They're just another normie game designed in a way that wants to take our money. This is the reason why people want a sub fee, because with a sub fee, all that convenience bullshit is no longer a factor. This is one of the core reasons why all pay-to-win games fail, and also why all of our currently popular MMOs are mere shadows of what the Burning Crusade and Wrath of the Lich King was back in the day. MMOs no longer respect
The reason Burning Crusade and Wrath of the Lich King were so good back in the day in terms of exploration is because you got to play these maps in a different perspective. You got to play them as an RTS. You didn't get to actually explore the world. So as soon as you made it to a third-person view and you gave the people the option to explore everything that there is in the Outlands, yes, it's way more interesting. You're gonna explore, not even because you're looking for treasure, because you're looking for the places that you saw in the strategy game you used to play back way when. Same with Wrath of the Lich King. You barely even touched the Northrend in Warcraft 3. Guess what? You get the opportunity to explore Northrend, you're gonna take it. That's why people were exploring. How come there was almost no exploration in Cataclysm? The only thing people explore was like underwater Val'Shara or whatever it was called. Vajir? I don't remember even. The water place. People were exploring because it was new and exciting to go and explore that. Right? Ul'dah, maybe going to one of the pyramids. Shit like that. But as soon as you've been to one pyramid, you've been to all the pyramids. As soon as you've been underwater for like that long, you've been everywhere underwater. Hyjal was interesting because of Warcraft 3 again. That's why I want to explore Hyjal. That's why Hyjal, being like the first zone, was fantastic. And people would like literally... Hyjal, I wouldn't even say it has the best quests out of the whole expansion, but I guarantee you, more people finished all of the Hyjal quests multiple times compared to any other zone. Not because Hyjal was interesting, because of Warcraft 3. Anything that had nothing to do with Warcraft 3, you saw people's excitement of learning about that place decrease. This is going to happen in the right MMO too. In the right MMO, when it is released, and people already know about the world, but they don't actually get to experience it, guess what? People are going to explore the fuck out of it. If the Ashes of Creation were releasing books right now, before the MMORPG release, talking about their world and like scenarios in the world, guess what? When people go into that world, they're going to go and look for those places and see those places. Because they want visual to what they're imagining in their head. All you're doing is changing perspective. That is really the only reason. You build people's what do you call it? Jesus Christ. You build people's interest in that area, and then you give them the option to explore it, they will explore it. If there's no interest in the area to begin with, people are not going to explore. If you don't give a shit about dragons in World of Warcraft, guess what? You're not going to be running around exploring Dragonflight. You don't give a fuck. If you don't care about the Shadowlands, guess what? You're not going to run around Bastion and Ardenweald exploring every little nook and cranny. You don't give a fuck. You have to have an interest in that area first before you want to explore it. You're not exploring stuff you don't care about. The only reason TBC and Wrath were interesting because people already cared about that. Same with like Sum of Cataclysm. Guess what? Mists, not a lot of exploration happened. Okay, that's why they had to add those treasures. Because no one was, like, they knew. There's no way they didn't know. People don't know anything about Mists of Pandaria. They don't really care about it. But you know what? Let's throw treasures all over the place so they'll have to explore. We'll reward them for exploring. Right? WoD, again, to an extent you want to explore because this is like pre-TBC Draenor. Right? Legion, the only place people want to explore in Legion was the Broken Isles. Not the Broken Isles, the Broken Shore. Where Tomb of Sargeras was. And like it has a lot of elite mobs. And people would just go there. I remember the first week, I went from Dalaran, didn't even go to the questing. I just fucking jumped down and swam to the fucking Broken Shore. I want to see what's happening there. And guess what? There were a lot of players checking it out and not doing the quests. Fucking idiots like me. You need to build the interest first. You can't just expect people to explore and enjoy the world. They need to care about it.
No longer respect the MMOs. These convenience-based microtransactions are sold to us as a way of offering people who don't have as much time as no-lifers to get a somewhat similar experience. They claim they exist because they want to respect our time. But that's bullshit, and you know it. Convenience isn't respecting our time, it's exploiting our lack of time by selling us...
Damn, Blood Elves used to be hot.
...that they create in the first place, watering down the game for both the no-lifers and the people who lack the time because nothing has weight or meaning anymore. But I digress. I merely started this rant to vent my frustrations. I've made many videos shitting on the corporate state of the MMORPG genre because most of the time it feels like it falls on deaf ears as the years go.
Because it does.
And the younger generation who grew up only knowing microtransactions don't really understand the problems. So let's conclude today's video.
The thing with the microtransactions, I agree. Like, those are a problem, sure. But the convenience is not the issue. It's making the game worse to sell convenience is an issue. But having convenience outside of monetization, convenience everyone can use, I don't think that's a problem. But again, it has to be unlocked at a later time. You've done exploring the whole thing, you can have your convenience. You didn't finish, nope, you gotta go and explore, you know? We want you to appreciate our world, whatever, all that stuff. Same with like, even like Legion flying, right? When it was introduced, where it's like, well, we want you to do all the quests, all the exploration, stuff like that. That's fine. Why do I have to wait an extra patch of doing nothing in order for me to get flying is not fine. There was no reason to not be able to fly as soon as you finish the whole questing, all of the questing in all the zones, finish the raid, everything. It's like you still can't fly. Why? Why do I have to wait for Suramar? Why do I have to wait for Broken Shore? Like, that makes no sense for me to wait so long for flying. It's like, I'm done exploring.
With a few examples of gameplay convenience and how making things easier or more accessible reduces our moment-to-moment fun using a special little chemical in our brains known as dopamine. The reason we play games at all...
What was that thing on his thing?
Dopamine.
Dopamine. Valve.
The reason we play games at all, aside from an excuse to neglect our real-life responsibilities, of course, is for that sweet, sweet hit of dopamine. It feels amazing when you finally get that drop that you've been waiting for, or you finally hit max level after...
See, even getting the drop that you've been waiting for doesn't even feel like a dopamine hit anymore. It feels more of a, finally I can stop farming this bullshit. It's like, oh, 103rd run of Plague Falls. I got my trinket. Finally I can stop running the stupid ass fucking dungeon. It's not even like, yes, I got my fucking trinket, let's go! Let's go! That's not it. No, you don't get that. You get now, it's like, yes, I can finally stop doing that bullshit. Like, you don't even get dopamine anymore from getting loot.
Weeks of grinding,
at least I don't.
When you kill that bastard who stole your corium vein, it's this dopamine addiction that draws us to a long...
That does still happen though. Like, if someone steals your shit and it's in PvP and you kill him, that still feels good.
Game like an MMORPG because...
Though, if you think about it, you just wasted your time and you could have probably found some more veins or something like that in the meantime instead of like fighting this idiot for an hour.
For the content you complete daily through quests, leveling, PvP, and gathering, but also for that satisfaction of being the Giga Chad who sits in the main city in full tier 6. Without a good balance of short and long-term goals in an MMORPG, then said MMORPG becomes boring. This is the biggest problem with modern MMOs, aside from the other problems I've mentioned today, because a long-term goal no longer exists. Developers are scared to death of adding long-term commitment because they know they lack the talent to create meaningful gameplay without asking us to pay to skip half of it. So I think today we'll conclude with a little game in the comments.
I think if anything, they create long-term commitment in the sense of like delaying the fuck out of you getting to your goal. So it's like, well, you can only get this piece from this set once a week, so you have to play for 12 weeks to finish your set. That is not a good long-term commitment type of building bullshit, right? That's just delaying delaying. There's no reason to do it aside from like delaying. It's like, oh, they're gonna quit our game if we don't give it to them, right? There's a different way to view convenience. I don't know. I don't agree with him on like most of this video about the convenience. The only thing I agree is like monetizing convenience. That is a problem. But as far as convenience go, as long as it's like, well, teleporting is bad because it makes the world smaller. Cool. Make teleporting available after you're done exploring the world. Done. If you're somebody who's not going to explore the world no matter what, fuck it, take your teleporting. Why would the game waste your time? If you're someone who enjoys exploring, then it's a bonus, right? But make some prerequisite to open the teleporting and you're good.
Instead of me asking you a question like I usually do, instead I want you guys to give your thoughts on systems that have been watered down by convenience over the years and ways that you hope Ashes of Creation will bring back a more old school philosophy to improve the game overall. I thoroughly enjoyed reading your comments in the previous video. It was one of our most engaging ones, hitting nearly 800 comments, and I hope you guys can give me some interesting bedtime stories to read again for...
I think the only way to make people like want to explore an area is to make that area interesting, or like make it a part of something bigger, right? Like if, let's say, I don't know, you're hunting for a certain monster, right? And you keep hearing clues about it, and the NPCs sometimes like say something about this monster or something like that. This is more like single player stuff, right? The only reason it's also like I'm thinking Witcher 3 right now. Obviously that's not how it works in Witcher 3, but whatever. And it's like, you go through a zone and you see that monster ravaged that zone, did some damage. Then you go to a different zone, you see some traces to that monster, but still did some damage. Then finally you get to that monster and you kill it. Then exploring those areas was meaningful to you. But without a proper story for the area, you don't care. Same with like Terran Mill and South Shore, I think it was called. The reason that was interesting was because of the event that people just did like 40v40 or some shit like that over there, right? And nothing else is really memorable about Terran Mill.
Or this one. Oh, okay. Oh, time to get through these 800 comments. I will start off by talking about one of the most important mechanics I think Intrepid needs to nail to a T, and it kind of fell short a little during the Alpha 1 testing, and that is looting, my friends. I think looting should be an action that you perform. In Alpha 1, it felt very shallow to spam F, and I personally don't like the very modern press F to loot things that exists in game.
I'd rather auto-loot, to be honest. Like, let it loot instantly when you kill something. I can't be bothered to stop. That's just me. But make sure that the loot that you pick up is, like, filtered to what you want.
Games like Guild Wars 2 and ESO, it's not enough of a decision, in my opinion.
You know what? One sec. Gotta sneeze. Solid sneeze. You know what feels really good that happens? When you kill a bunch of mobs, you get auto loot on, and then you picked up like a legendary or like an epic item, whatever, and just like you have like a little pop-up here that shines and shit. It's like, boo, you got this shit. And you're like, hell yeah, let me check what this is. Most times looting doesn't feel that way. You're like just looting trash stuff that you're gonna sell or like dump or like disenchants, like you don't care about it. So it doesn't matter if you click on it or not. It's when you get the valuable items and it shines and it's like, ah, you got it, oh my god. That's when like loot matters. Picking it up manually or automatically, I don't agree. I think like automatically is way better.
I think looting should be something that you do with your mouse, because by performing the action with your mouse compared to spamming F, it simulates you physically picking something up with your hands, or at least on some subconscious level.
Not really.
In that respect, looting should be manual. There should be no way
I don't agree.
to automatically loot items in a world through a pet-based systems or convenience-based systems.
I really don't agree.
However, this action, in my opinion, should be AoE based and have a fairly reasonable range, enough for you to manually loot every single pack that you kill. I also think the UI and visual feedback plays an important part in this role. For starters, loot on a mob must have an interesting and noticeable trigger that your brain recognizes as something that you want to click. Next, the feedback on the UI should be instantaneous and rewarding but subtle. In my opinion, Lost Ark tries way too hard to make you feel rewarded when you loot stuff. Because of that, over time, it no longer feels rewarding. It feels like you're a rat in a casino.
Yeah, it's just like your dopamine is just like exhausted at this point. You don't care anymore.
And they just don't trust the players to understand the value of loot. Intrepid had an interesting UI feature added in Alpha 1 where the items you looted popped up on the side, and I liked how subtle this was, but it was still a long way away from what I would like it to be. I gave feedback for this specifically in this video here. Finally, when it comes to looting rare items, because I prefer the AoE looting method, I recognize that some important loot may get lost to the UI as the large cum store
just make important loot shine or something. Like,
of items are injected into your inventory at once. But you can solve this by utilizing an interesting mechanic Black Desert Online has, where your character actually performs a unique animation when you loot something rare with a recognizable sound and
too much effort.
But this takes finesse to
sound and flash, that's the one, yeah. But again, just show the item, like you don't have to have any animation or whatever.
The items that drop in Black Desert Online are quite literally 0.0001 drop % thing.
Yep.
It's important not to overload the player with dopamine in an MMORPG, and the desperate need to force feed us constant dopamine is one of the major factors that have ruined this genre for me. But as usual, I am just one nerd desperate for a good MMO, and my opinions mean nothing without you shaving my balls. And hey, with the live stream just one day away, I wanted to invite you. Yes, I do mean you.
I hope my opinions mean something without me shaving your balls. God damn.
Or I forget and then collapse because I've been awake for 30 hours. Additionally, if you were...
There's no way he's been awake for 30 hours. Look at his eyes. I don't know what he's on, but his eyes do not look tired at all. Like, they may be a bit tired, but like, no way. Dude, I look tired all the time, okay? My eyes, like, they look like I'm falling asleep while I'm like super energetic, okay? That's tired. You should see me on 30 hours of like no sleep. That's what it would look like.
Justly banned from my Discord due to RNG-based roulettes, then good news. Everyone is unbanned, so you can all rejoin. But that obviously doesn't mean that you're not susceptible to another random RNG ban chance, because I end up in a bad mood.
But Narc, this trash will come too. Ashes of Cretan. I just know it, but Pantheon have assured us there will be no such garbage in their game.
And to that I say, listen kid, Pantheon don't even have a game, and if you think a company who sells access just to see their forums are not desperate to inject garbage monetization the moment that they can, then please seek help, because you're high on copium.
Why does he keep shitting on Pantheon? What's his history with Pantheon, bro? What is Pantheon? Rise of the Fallen. Pledge now. Is there no, like, nothing, gameplay, anything? Videos?
the other types with different crafting.
It really doesn't look that good though, does it?
As a solo action skill, world and field total shutdown.
Yeah. Doesn't even look good. This looks like a 2004 release or some shit like that. Anyways, that's it for the Narc stuff. Yeah, man. I honestly didn't agree with a lot of stuff on this video at all. Like, I still like the video, obviously it's good quality and all that stuff, but like, yeah, no, I don't think convenience wasn't made by developers unless it's monetized. Convenience was given because of the players. It wasn't like something the developers want to give. That's how it is. And it's lack of convenience that make a lot of people quit certain games, like World of Warcraft. The lack of convenience in World of Warcraft during Shadowlands is what made a lot of players quit. So, I don't know. Don't necessarily agree, but it's fine to have a different take. Anyways, that's that for this one. Peace. What's this? A new way to play WoW. Auto casting, targeting, interacting options. Oh my god. I cannot watch Kalani videos. Like, I can't. What's going on here? Still not up? 12 p.m. PT Friday, so should be in 15 minutes, right? Oh, well. Ain't nobody got time for that because we have something more important to do. And that is Final Fantasy. Okay, first we need that, then we need this. These ones were uploaded. For editing, we have Colusia Part 2. Data Center, Behemoth. Sorry, there's no sound. It is what it is. Okay, before that though, let's see what we got here. Got some. When he meets Ruined Raven for the first time on the match, he says, "I had a dream we fought once, Raven. You got murdered by my buddy Rango. Should look up." Look up Sentinel Veins and Sentinel Graves voice lines since they're technically canon. Gave them character progression. I'll check it out. I'll look into it, just not right now. Okay. World of War is about to change. Oh my god. I was gonna go briefly.
Last few years, FF14 figured out how to do with the factions, and they are ultimately all core parts of the endgame later on. But like where they are in the city, the situations they're in, how they respond to you showing up and like recruiting them, telling them where to go, it was all like fun. They didn't have to do this, but they did. And then to get on the boat, you physically wait. It's on a couple minute time, which gives you all the time you need to speak to a bunch of optional NPCs, and they right, but they. What if it?
Voiced callouts to draw attention, like with Chromie to Dante's awesome story recaps and dialogue options. Promise.
The designer, they were like, oh, and the loving of whole new world ultimately happened. Dragonflight, we see today, a moment ago, it was all like, and their shared philosophy on life, like as a people. I guess it's just let's go through this stuff, do the story. They're just bad guys. It has to be more than that. And in the writer's room, it certainly is. But to the characters involved, and thus to the players, because that's the lens of how we view the story, they're just bad guys.
Some people are just too high on copium. Oh, we got updates. Let's go. Deep Dungeon, Dex, which I don't even have, Delve UI, Chat Bubbles. Fix high quality icon for item. Oh, Tipai. No. Alright. Book. Let's keep going. Return to Yulmore. Oh. Why did I write Colusia? Colusia? Or is that the name of the place? Colusia, yeah, it is Colusia. Yulmore is the city. Okay, right. Mrs. Nikochi, I trust you had a pleasant rest. While you were ensconced in your chamber, a message arrived for you from the Exarch. He bids you come to the ocular at your earliest convenience. And madam, whereas your duties may take you next, I shall pray for your safe return. May the night keep you. I do need to do my stuff soon. Here we go. That's so annoying. This one though, right? Yep. Why does it keep changing that button? I have no idea. It's really fucking annoying. Is it hotbar? It's HUD, isn't it? It's like HUD change or something. System. Unchanged keys must be assigned to confirm, cancel, escape, and the menu. I just don't understand why it does that sometimes. It's so fucking annoying. This guy. Enter your keystroke, including any modifiers. Ah, that's fucking tilting. And watch in like, then I don't know, like next time I try to do this, it would be the opposite again. Oh yeah, I can't do it here. Forgot. All right. Let's return to Hulmore. There we go. Yes, I have business. Hello? Game? Hello? The fuck? This never happened before. There we go. Hey, Return of the Hero. What am I wearing? I don't know, it's kind of hot.
There you are. May I assume you've had your fill of rest?
Oh yeah, so much rest.
That is well. Now that we are all present, let us speak of our plan. Thus far, we have vanquished 4 Light Wardens, restoring night to much of Northrend. Only one remains, that of Calusia. And with Reen to guide us, I am certain we will find it.
Oh, we already found it, brother.
We're so close now. If we can just take care of this one last we'll
Oh damn, so much sneezing.
And drive them out of Northrend once and for all. It will be a new beginning for the First. A chance for the people to rebuild their world.
Mm-hmm.
In short, a prize worth fighting for.
And in thus delivering the First from destruction, so too shall we unsow the seeds of the 8th umbral calamity.
Do you hear? Your dreamed of rejoining is in jeopardy. Are you sure you're not tempted to intervene?
Oh, no, no, no. You guys keep going.
You labor under the misapprehension that vanquishing the Sin Eaters is tantamount to saving the world. It is not. In truth, you only delay the inevitable, lengthening your fleeting lives by the smallest of margins. Twould be churlish of me to deny you this small concession, close as we've become.
Yeah.
Foolish and misguided though you are not without charm. Each and every one of you is possessed of a noble heart. When the weak want for succor, you do not hesitate to provide it. Alas, your nobility is short-sighted. You think only of the problem in front of your nose. A limitation of your ephemeral existence.
Our lives may seem short and insignificant to the likes of you, but one does not need to be an eternal being to achieve lasting change.
If I may stop you there, I do not claim that we Ascians are special. That is another misconception. In the beginning, everyone lived nigh for eternity. Such was the natural order of things. But like so much else, this was taken from you. You won't object if I borrow your plaything?
Your plaything.
In the distant past, when the world was one and whole, a great calamity threatened all life. It began without warning. The very laws of the star were warped and broken, and chaos swiftly spread throughout the land. Faced with annihilation, we sought to imbue the star with its own will. Thus was Zodiac born, and by his power was order restored.
I know, yeah. Only problem was...
Ere long, however, thankless fools began to fear that Zodiac's might was too great, and so they conjured another.
Not exactly, but yeah.
Your own dear Hydaelyn.
It's not really why, right?
And the two beings waged war until, with a single devastating blow, Hydaelyn unmade Zodiac, scattering his being across space and time. So you told us in the Katana Ravel.
But it's like, Hydaelyn didn't do it. I guess that's what he thinks. That's what it so annoys me. Hydaelyn didn't do it because she was fearing of Zodiac's might being too strong. If he goes berserk, who would stop him? Or even to shackle him so he doesn't leave. right? I mean, that would be a big issue, but I think the biggest issue was that people kept sacrificing themselves for Zodiac instead of letting go. Right, that was like her main problem with it. And the reason this bothers me so much is because why didn't Emmett Selk talk to Hydaelyn yet? Thousands of years, man. 10,000 or whatever, thousands of years have passed, and he still didn't talk to her. They were like, I wouldn't say they're close friends, but they were very, very friendly with each other.
Yes, yes. And there began our woes, with Hydaelyn's blow and all that it wrought.
But
as a counterbalance to Zodiac, Hydaelyn was created with the power to enervate her foe. This singular ability strikes not at such banal things as flesh, but everything that defines the target, diluting its existence. For example, were she to strike you? Two individuals, identical in appearance yet reduced in all respects. Strength, intelligence, the soul itself, all is halved. Do you see? This self-same fate befell not only Zodiac, but the very star. Only 3 were fortunate enough to escape the Sundering. Me being one of them.
Never explained how, right?
When I beheld the shattered remnants of our home, I knew deepest despair. The inhabitants of these 14 fragments were feeble, frail and foolish, oblivious to their imperfection, ignorant of their past. Malformed creatures thrashing blindly about. Pitiful, disturbing, depressing.
Yeah.
So, we took it upon ourselves to rejoin the worlds. But in our eagerness and, I confess, our ignorance, we erred and made a useless void of the 13th. It was only afterwards that we discovered a connection twixt source and shard. A flow of energy that maintains elemental balance. And thus did we arrive at our time-honored modus operandi.
From a purely Asian standpoint, it could be said that what you seek to do is only logical.
Yeah. Basically.
That would be to ignore the immeasurable destruction wrought with each rejoining. You have murdered millions, and this we cannot condone.
Recycle them.
By your fragmented existence, you continue to give rise to tragedies far crueler than any calamity.
True.
But yes, moral relativism and all that. Case in point. I do not consider you to be truly alive, ergo...
Yeah, I will not be guilty of murder if I killed you. Yeah. If you want to go down that route. What?
Oh, don't look at me like that. You for whom I have only the highest expectations. A vaunted hero of the Source, 7 times rejoined.
Oof. 7 calamities.
Long have I awaited one who might brave a path of lesser tragedy. A resilient soul able to endure the necessary pain. I dare to hope that my...
But how does that work, though?
So, finish your task and slay the Light Warden. Make proof of your usefulness, and then we may speak again.
Forgive me, my lord, but this could not wait.
Yeah.
Speak freely, Captain.
Our informant in Colusia sends word of unusual activity in Yulmore. It appears their forces are entrenching themselves at key points throughout the city, making ready for an attack by all indications.
An intriguing use of resources. I rather doubt Lord Volthree is concerned for the safety of his citizens.
What do you mean? He's such a benevolent ruler.
You think he's harboring the Light Warden inside the city walls? Even if he does have some means of controlling the Sin Eaters, wouldn't that be a little risky?
Risky or not, if there is even a chance the Warden is hiding there, we will need to act fast. The longer we wait, the better prepared the Yulmorans will be.
Agreed. See to your preparations then and make for Colusia. God's willing, this hunt will be the last. Let us see it through to the end.
We should begin by assembling in Right. There we may assess the situation in Yulmore and decide how best to proceed.
Cool. They still didn't tell them that 50% were sacrificed, and then 50% of that, right? I think you won't find that out in Amarat, right? Yes, did my lesson provoke thought, giving rise to further questions? By their very being were divided into 14, of course, yet by our power we, unsundered Asians, may raise up one of their fragments to the original office. Ah! No, say it again, say it again, say it again. No! Wait, I want this again. But I suppose this instead bears explaining. So, the names by which you know us are not, in fact, our names. Be it Elidibus or Lahabrea or Igeorm. All are titles of office, and when an office is vacated, it may be filled by another. Over the eons, I have overseen several changings of the guard among our sundered brethren. And in such instances, the vacant title ordinarily goes to another fragment of the selfsame soul. While it is by no means impossible to raise up wholly unrelated individuals, 'tis we whose fervent entreaties brought forth Lord Zordiark, whose souls he claimed in the beginning, who make the truest servants. 'Tis we whose fervent entreaties brought forth Lord Zordiark, whose souls he claimed in the beginning, who make the truest servants. Yeah, the ones who already sacrificed themselves. So if we were to defeat all the essence of the source, then none would remain to raise up new Asians, and our kind would eventually fade from existence. You would like that, wouldn't you? Well, feel free to dream. There's no crime to do so. There may come a day when I reveal my true name to you, but this is not it. Of course, you may well die none the wiser, but life is full of such disappointments. Okay, Hades. We've not spoken for a while, have we? Not since the aftermath of the Eater's attacks. Rest assured, I am fully recovered and will not be doing my utmost to support you and your fellow warriors of darkness. Oh, let's see what's going on with Ashes. Reminders, basic ranged attack update, gathering and PvP.
Our gathering and PvP, and specifically we asked you, artisan gatherers will be prime targets for combatant players, or they sometimes will be. With that said, what tools or activities would gatherers like to see to help protect their well-earned materials while out in the field? So definitely go give us your feedback on that, and we will have another dev discussion coming up about materials. So if that is something that you're interested in, definitely do so. And of course, we have an event system follow-up. So a lot of you gave us feedback on the event system, and now we have a follow-up question for you over there. Just head on over to our forums, and you can answer some of the questions that we had on that front. And of course, last but not least, if you are a content creator, we always get these questions in regards to when we're going to have a content creator program or how we're allowing content creators to join us. You can head on over to our content creator program and fill out the application. And we are currently in application phase. Once we switch over to invitation phase, we will let you all know, and we will be closing the application phase for a short bit of time while we reach out to everybody. It's a lot of people, so we appreciate all of you guys. And again, this is not a creator program that is based on numbers. We're not just being like only people with 1 million followers can join us. We want small creators, big creators, creators who do all kinds of different types of things, whether you're a video creator or a cosplayer or whatever it is. So if you are somebody who is interested in doing those things or is currently doing those things, it's more going to be about quality and consistency in your content. And with that, we will move on to our basic ranged attack update. So I'm going to toss it over to Steven to give some preemptive details before we play our video.
Absolutely, thank you. So I want to preface this video, and ironically enough, I did not actually I know in the past I've double prefaced. I preface on stream and then you hear the same preface in the video, so I didn't preface it in the video either, which I guess I probably should have just done it in the video. But we recorded this yesterday. It is an update to our ranged combat. Excuse me. And as is always, remember in context that this is the workup towards our Alpha 2. So with that in mind, it is not finished. There is still much more that needs to be done, both from a visual effects perspective, from targeting and UI, from the just general look and feel of movement and impact. However, this will give you a good indication of direction that we have taken since our Alpha 1 test last year. And something that's really important is you guys, and I've said this in the past many times, is feedback is important, but making sure you contextualize the feedback in the things that you enjoy about what you saw, as well as the things that you would look to see improvements from based on experiences and things you've enjoyed in the past from other games and their ranged combat. So in this video, we take a look, just to set expectations, we look at two different types of ranged weapons. We look at a longbow and we look at a short bow. And both of them have very unique of feel, of style. One is less impactful on movement, the short bow. The other one is more impactful, but it packs a harder hit on the longbow side. It's also a first look that you guys have had at the Ranger archetype. And of course, we don't reveal and show everything of the Ranger. We don't want to do that and spoil what's to come with Alpha 2, but we pick some abilities that emphasize the role of a Ranger, right? That is mobility and survivability. It is heavy damage from a distance. It is the ability to ensnare and root. So you get to see some of those things. You also get to see an element of enemy faction, NPC enemy faction, that we fight against. And you guys saw some of the concepts over the past few months. Margaret and the community team have shown you guys leading up to this. The Minotaurs. You get to see some of the Minotaur faction, their trusty side hounds as well that accompany them. And you get to see it in an environment that you guys haven't seen before, which is this foresty area in the Riverlands that lead up to a major point of interest called the Wreckage of Carfin, or Carfin Tower. And that is a big vertical dungeon that exists within Alpha 2. and it has some significant story. I also want to point out that you're going to see a little bit of updates to the UI. Colby, Jeff, Nate, Natalie have been doing an incredible job, and Drew in helping to create our new style guide for what the UI is going to look like in Alpha 2. You get to see a little sneak peek of that with some of the HUD and some of the journal systems. But remember, it's important to get feedback here in Twitch, on the forums, on Reddit, everywhere possible. Tell us 2 points, right? What you liked about what you saw and what you would look to improve based on experiences you have in the past. And with that, let us take a look.
All right, we'll see you when we return.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to another live stream day with an awesome showcase of our basic ranged combat revamp. Excited to be here again, showing you guys Ashes of Creation and its current progress towards Alpha 2. I have joining me today 2 stellar senior designers on our team, senior designer Trad and Jeremy. How are you guys doing?
Just applied to the content creator.
Doing well. Just looking forward to showing some of the stuff we've been working on here.
Oh, I know. It's always exciting. Jeremy, how you doing, buddy?
Doing really good. Really excited to be here. Really excited to show the stuff we've got this time.
Yes, and my first awe is, of course, the world. Just the unbelievably beautiful environments that the environment team and the design team have just come up with these ruins and this forest. I mean, where are we at right now, Jeremy?
Well, not gonna lie, I really want this game to already be released.
It's the former heart of the Alien Empire.
Ooh.
So we're among their ruins from a long time ago after the fall.
Yeah, people saw some of these things in the Weather and Seasons showcase. So you guys might recognize this stuff, but the Alien Empire, that was one of the largest, if not the largest empire at the time of the apocalypse, right?
Right, it was at the height of their golden age when the fall happened, so we are just...
I don't need a history lesson, brother. Alright. Cool, we'll watch the highlights later. I mean, there's no point watching, it's gonna be hours. Alright, let's keep going. There you are, Filomeno. The others have gone ahead to reconnoiter Gate Town. We are to follow shortly. It has been a while, has it not, since the 2 of us infiltrated Yulmore? Since we faced Lord Vothri, and I felt such fury as I have never felt before. His actions are unconscionable, of course, and any abhorrence I felt for him entirely justified. Yet, mingled with my rage, there was something else. At first, I was unsure what it was, but in the course of our struggles, I found the answer. Oh. In Vothri's self-righteousness, in his absolute belief that he and he alone is the cure to the world's ills, I saw a reflection of myself, and brought the memories of all my past follies flooding back. God damn. I don't know what's wrong with my left nostril, bro. He is the vainglorious, ignorant fool I once was, and having shared in his affliction, I feel duty-bound to open his eyes to the truth. I mean, yeah, kind of, but also you didn't have the power that he has, so you're not gonna open no eyes, man. Whether he will accept it with the good grace I did is another question. Took you a while, let's be real, like a whole expansion. What is it, Rin? Do you sense the light, Warden? I'm not sure, the aura is different. Perhaps if we were a little closer. This time we were on our way in any case. Let us join our comrades in Gate Town. Filomena, as a precaution, may I ask that you go first to ensure that the path is clear? The closer we are to Yulmore, the more I worry that Reen may be recognized. If you see any prying eyes along the way, pray encourage their owners to look elsewhere. Da 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 dum. You held a civilian, but he does not respond. Continues his incoherent rambling. Agitated man. Lord Vathri, we hear, we obey. Oh. Oh shit, I'm on the... Euphoric youth. Long live Lord Vathri. Long live Lord Vathri. Word. To the motherfucking street. Oh shit, this guy's still here? He fucked me up last time. I ain't coming near him again. Nuh-uh, no siree. Not me, not today. Ah, good for you to join us. I was debating whether to warn you, but it's too late now. I take it you notice the people behaving strangely along the path. It's more of the same here. Y'shtola and Alice are investigating as we speak. Let's wait and see what they have to say. Monies. Money, money, money. I was trying to make sense of the strange phenomena. Hello? Hello?
Strange. Passing strange. By their behavior, we may safely assume that they are under Vathri's mind control. Yet the extent of the effect seemeth to vary dramatically between subjects. It is far too pronounced to be attributed simply to the vagaries of innate magical resistance.
Curiouser and curiouser. We met with no trouble en route. My thanks for securing the way. But given the state of the townsfolk, I see we were never in any danger of being recognized.
What can you tell us from here?
I sense a powerful eater in the uppermost reaches of the city. But there's something different about it. Its light is impure. We need to get closer.
Laden with fat.
Oh, so that one's Alphino. Well, unless you're triplets.
This guy.
Kaishia, what are you doing here?
While I was scouting the area, I noticed a suspicious figure skulking about.
Yeah.
So I accosted him, only to have him call me Alphino. I thought it best to bring him along.
I mean, you're twins, but not that similar.
That informant who's been feeding secrets to the Crystarium.
It's me.
Hey, look at
After
that.
you saved my life in Yulmore, I thought about going somewhere far away, but I couldn't just leave. Not without paying you back.
Not without my friends.
So I decided to stay here, keep an eye on things. And whenever I spotted something strange, I shared it with your friends.
That took no small amount of courage. Well done.
I assume you saw what happened here.
Right, so an airship flew in a bit ago, and not long after, Vorfrey starts ranting and raving. You could hear him from all the way out here. Geezer was doing his nut, shouting and screaming like someone had nicked his pie.
It is like the airship bore the soldiers sent to
Oh,
thwart our efforts
God.
in Armoring.
Someone nicked his pie. I love the language here sometimes.
Eventually, the yelling dies down, and then this hot, sticky wind comes blowing through.
Hot, sticky wind.
Now that's when everyone went funny. No, everyone but me. Well, me and a couple of newcomers, though even they started mumbling about Vorfrey after a while. Not as bad as the rest, mind you.
Newcomers.
There's something I need Reen to see. This was among the townfolk's food stores.
Oh, that's just meal. Yulmore doles this stuff out.
No, it couldn't be. I know what it is.
God, I hate the voice acting for Rin, not gonna lie.
It's Sin Eater. Meal is made out of Sin Eater.
So it is. In limited quantities, it may have little effect on an average individual. Yet
Why are you
once
keeping it?
consumed regularly, over a period of several years, I suspect it would do far, far more than merely nourish the body.
Oh yeah. It's like a testosterone booster.
Power over Sin Eaters is known. Could it be that those who partake of their flesh do thereby render themselves susceptible to his influence? 'Twould serve to explain why the town's newer arrivals succumbed less quickly than those raised on a diet of meal.
Diet of meal.
He's been rounding up Sin Eaters and feeding them to people. Altering them mouthful by mouthful, all to stop them answering back.
Yeah.
There are desperate souls out there killing themselves to escape turning. This is unforgivable. An atrocity.
Jesus Christ, Alice. Relax.
These Sin Eaters. What if they are not simply rounded up? Do you remember what we were told when first we came to the city? Many enter, but none leave.
Mm-hmm. There was something like that. So he turns people into sin eaters and then feeds them to the people. Good times.
Let us put an end to it. To this paradise built upon the bones of the poor. Vorthri's deeds are beyond justification. Beyond forgiveness. Evil.
It's highly probable that the Light Warden is waiting for us somewhere in there, and I'm all for going after it. But our enemies know our faces. They know that we are coming, and they will not let us through without a fight. Like it or not, the time for stealth is past.
Mm-hmm. Time to kick ass, take names.
If you would be so good as to lead the charge.
Kick names, take ass. Alright. No worries, brother. I got you, homie. Alright, let's start the scenarios. When we step through the gates, we shall find a place of hedonistic pleasure we remember, but a battlefield. If you are prepared for this, then let us sally forth. Let's go. Let's do it. The A team is here. go.
I can feel it. A dark presence in my domain.
Relax, brother.
It's them! The villains who would sow chaos in my perfect paradise! Keep them away from me! I command you! Keep them away!
Coward. Oh shit. There's the wave.
Long live Lord Vorthri.
Whoop whoop.
He would use his own people as shields.
Well, obviously.
This area is older than Gatetown. There are bound to be far more civilians under Vorthri's control. But they do not act of their own free will, and we must not harm them.
As if we ever would.
I would.
Press on with Alphano. We'll hold off the civilians and join you as soon as we can.
Why are they acting like that though? I know they're zombies, but shit. Oh god.
Try and stop it!
There it is.
May the 12 guide you.
Yeah, I can't wait to find out who the 12 are. That would be interesting. Like, I feel like we all know, but I kind of I want the confirmation, you know? I really want the confirmation. Like, let them enter the fucking area, man. Jesus Christ. It's clear. Oh, it's me and the twins again? Alright. Let's go.
Pay me back later.
Oh, we do fight them then. I completely forgot that we fight these guys. Whoa, 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 whoa.
Right. No more Mrs. Nice Jester.
Oh yeah? Whatever that means. Good job, Alfie. Do we fight the cat couple or no? Probably not. What's up, guys? Oh, okay. I'll just keep going. Leave them to me and press on. Da, 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 dee, da, da, da. Where is everybody? Oh. Oh shit, it's Ranjit.
You will find my master in his chamber.
Thanks for the information. Not only did Thancred beat your ass, now you want me to beat your ass? Alright, sounds good.
But only should you kill me this day. And you will not.
Let's see about that.
You may think me under his spell, but I uphold Lord Vorthry's ideals of my own volition. Man is an inherently flawed creature.
Yeah.
In his vain pursuit of righteousness, he but sows the seeds of future conflict.
Fair enough. Ideals clash, yeah.
Have I chosen to place my hopes upon he who has transcended men? Upon he who is unbound by the vagaries of conscience? But enough talk. I am a soldier, and you are my enemy. Come, let us settle this once and for all.
Good. Ranjit. Oh fuck, I forget that I have the... whatever it's called. Tsubama Gaishi. Oops, wrong key. Damn, I'm really bad at this game today. Also messed up my combo. It's good. come on. Whew. Okay. Thought I didn't get out of that. I think I have way too much time for this, just saying. Oh, never mind. I have to kill him too in that time. Got it. That was fun. Ah, there you are, my precious girls. Yeah. All of them in Philias, I guess. Woohoo! God, I love that sword. You're right, Filmina. Well, this doesn't appear to have calmed down for the moment. I can only assume VOTH is otherwise engaged. Let's get to the upper level while we can. Nom 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 nom. Nom 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 nom. Fatty Boomba. Nom 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 nom. He's busy eating, guys. Don't interrupt his mealtime.
Lord Vorthry! Your reign of tyranny is at an end!
Is it though?
For too long you have preyed upon the desperation of the poor. Now you will answer for the suffering you have caused. And if you harbor even a shred of remorse, I beseech you to use your powers to redress the balance. For the future of all in Norvrant.
No, it can't be. This is wrong. It's wrong.
It's all wrong.
The Warden, it's not just a Sin Eater. It's a man.
Should make sense. One of the creepiest moments.
Remorse? For the future of all? What nonsense is this? There is no justice but mine. No future but mine. No will but mine. It is preordained. I was born to deliver this wretched world.
He just turns his fucking neck.
Me?
Guess.
Unseated? No. It's impossible. Inconceivable. Absurd. I am a great and wise king. Greatest and wisest. I reign from on high. I will not be brought low by maggots like you! Ah!
Everyone's taking that back. And Alfie related to this guy. Oof, Alfie, you fucked up.
Oh, yes. Of course. I can begin again. Rebuild my paradise. Once I finish my dinner.
Ate the spoon too? Yeah.
Oh god, no. Stop him! Thancred, stop him!
Uh-oh. Can't believe you can fly with that shit.
Where did he go?
Just flew out.
What in the heavens?
The heavens. That wasn't there before, was it?
Wait.
Yeah.
That is Mount Gulg, the highest peak in Calusia. It lies on the other side of a sheer cliff, and much as I wish it were otherwise, it is beyond our reach for now. But even if it weren't, there are people here who need our help.
Fuck them.
Oh, Alphino.
Please, even if it's only to tend to their wounds.
Why are you such a goody two-shoes, bro? It's unsightly. Kinda annoying. Be quick about it. Be quick about it.
Thank you.
Really? You're thanking me for that?
I don't know if it will work, but if Vorthri's hold over the people is rooted in light, I might be able to reverse its effects. Will you let me try?
Of course. We'd be grateful for any help you can provide.
Well then, if it's decided, let's all get to work.
Let's all get to work. Shall we? Ooh, nice cracks on that upper back there. Hell yeah. Upper spine. Yeah, I'm just gonna wait here while you guys do that. Just stare at the mountain. Don't worry about me. I'm just gonna have somebody fly me over. Actually. Wait, can I use the ether right now? Tell me I can. Oh, come on. Because the funny thing is, had someone fly me over here, so I can just go there now. My apologies, but I'm afraid I must turn you away at the moment. Please return at a later time. Yeah. Don't have my loot yet? No problem. Didn't think you would. Good news, Fuvina. It would seem that Rin is indeed able to reverse the effects of Author's influence. Even as we speak, she tends to the afflicted in turn. The problem being, there's no end to them. We're trying to provide what relief we can to those who are waiting and would appreciate your help if you're willing. What am I gonna do? What am I gonna do about this? You're now tuned with the ether and you'll know. Oh, thank God. What's this? All right. So here's some dream powder. We're administering it to the enthralled to keep them calm until they can receive proper attention. I would appreciate it if you could assist with this task. Now, those affected and are scattered all over the city. I suggest starting your search at the derelicts and working your way up. When you are done, be sure to let me know. Ah, so that's when the clues already happen. About being able to change enthrallment. Want to reverse enthrallment. All of Vathri, you are my daily mule. Jesus Christ. It's under me? Yep. No, it was above me. Shit. Yep. There he is. Amitabha Buddha. Amiable maiden. It hurts. Please, love Earth, to take away the pain. You're the kind soul who saved me from falling to my death. Oh yeah, that's this guy. My mistress, she's been injured. Please help her, I beg you. What is this? She's sleeping. A medicine to help her rest while she awaits treatment, you say? Ah, thank you so much. When she began acting strangely, I didn't know what to do. Oh, the canopy? Okay. I know where canopy is. No problem, no problem. It's the whorehouse, basically. Strip bar, you know? All that good stuff. Must stop trespassers selling our paradise. It's a lot of talks about paradise, huh? Where did you fly to, my sweet canary? Canary. Oh, did he kill the canary? Oh, I think he already killed the canary. She ascended. What happened? What happened? Oh, there you are, Flamina. Just finishing this man now for the next one. More out in the derelicts and below, you say? So many of them. But when fully entrusted this power to me, I won't rest until I've helped everyone. I definitely don't want to bring them here, so... Shut up, honestly. We appreciate the help. And should you find other enthralled civilians, please see that they are brought to me. Ah, goddamn. Da, 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 da.
You're going to be all right.
I think that's the last of them.
We've done all we can for the wounded. As for the rest...
Aren't you Alphino? The painter boy?
Yeah, the painter boy.
What in the world is going on? Did something happen to us?
Let me handle this.
Oh, the floor is yours, brother. I never meant to say anything. Center stage.
Citizens of Yulmore, what I'm about to tell you will come as a shock. Indeed, you may be loath to believe it, but if you trust the evidence of your senses, it is my hope that you will listen and accept the truth, unpalatable though it may be. Vortri is a sin-eater. Everything he offered, everything he promised, was a lie.
Only if you go against him. I mean, you kind of just sold your soul, but yeah, I mean, overall.
They're not taking it well, and who could blame them?
Yeah, you just took away their paradise, man.
We were Vorthri's puppets all this time?
Yeah, basically.
When you attacked us, you were not yourselves. That much is true.
But
your conduct prior to that moment was your own. Vorthri's unnatural charisma does not absolve you of all responsibility.
Shh, hit him where it hurts.
Free will. You came to the city and gave yourselves over to its pleasures.
Nothing wrong with that.
And in the course of this, if you mistreated those less fortunate than you, then that too was of your own free will.
Something wrong with that.
It is not for me to judge you, but for your victims. For history. For your conscience.
Okay, well... relax.
You have dreamed a twisted dream, but now you are awake.
Yeah, thanks, bro. And reality's shit.
Share this world of ours. Join with us and each other, that we might begin anew. We've lost so many already. We dare not lose any more. I have said my piece. My thanks for giving me the chance.
No one else want to make that statement, bro. Like, straight up. No one would want to do that.
To be done here. Let us go after Vorthri.
And how?
Is there anything we can do to help? You risked your lives to bring us to our senses, and I, for one, hope to repay that debt. Begin anew, as you said.
Really? They're not real people.
Vorthrid has fled to Mount Gulg, and we mean to pursue him. Do any of you know the way?
Well, I mean, the way, yeah, but...
The only way to Mount Gulg is over the Bright Cliff. Have you an airship?
We will contemplate flight only as a last resort. Were we to come under attack whilst airborne, we would have little hope of defending ourselves. If at all possible, we would prefer to travel by land. Is there a way?
Well, the ladder is the only way up and down the cliff, but it hasn't moved in a long time.
Mm-hmm.
In the old days, it was operated by the mining folk who lived at the top. After the flood, it saw less and less use, and when Lord Vorthry took control, it was abandoned altogether.
So we somehow need to get the ladder working again.
It moves by means of a Talos, if that's any help. But good luck repairing that.
Oh, there it is.
Talos? Did someone say Talos? You know all about them, don't you, dearest? If anyone can get this lift moving, it's you.
What?
Well, perhaps. But see here.
Oh, yes. If you want the golem restored, you may leave it to my husband.
Voluntold as usual.
For he happens to be the heir to Daedalus Stoneworks, foremost makers of Talos, whose contracts include the renowned mining venture of Armoreng.
Well, it's been years and years since I had anything to do with it. I can't just pick up a hammer and set to work.
Why not? Oh. Well.
No, that's not what I... It's just...
Yeah.
All right. I will take a look at the Talos. But beyond that, I make no promises.
But he just doesn't want to work, man. Leave him alone.
Those with strong backs, come with me. I'll need help dragging the damn thing out of the storehouse.
Well done, brother.
He's in shock himself. Not.
Come, my friend. We have work to do.
Weird pathing, but okay. The ladder is situated to the north and west of Bright. Let us make our way there, Philbina. Let's go. To the parlor. Why is there a second one though? Same rings and all. I don't know if I can call this a ladder, but yeah. More like a ladder vader. Or just an elevator, whatever. Lumina, dost thou see yonder pair of talus? For a blessing they were found to be in good repair. Master Chai prepareth to activate them as we speak. With our arcane knowledge, Yshtala and I will serve as his assistants, and the appointed hour we shall imbue the golems with ether. Otherwise, meanwhile, attend to the ladder itself, which hath too long lain neglected. Extensive maintenance will be needed ere it can move again, as well as myriad materials with which to perform it. Thou art willing, we would prevail upon thee to procure lumber. Sure. My thanks, Lumina. Directly to the south thou wilt find the dry dock, Venmont Yards. Pray see if thou canst persuade the folk to part with some lumber for our cause. Oh there, sinner. Haven't seen you around before. New to Gaytown, I take it. If you need lumber for a shack, you've come to the right place. We can do the building for you too, though that'll cost extra. You want lumber to restore the ladder? Why in the world would anyone want to do that? Don't have the coin. Probably like for that. On the coin, least you could do is come up with a believable excuse. But look, I'm not one to turn folk away. I'll give you your lumber if you do me a favor in return. I wish that's how it worked in real life. I just finished taking stock of our supply and was about to do another round for good measure. I want you to do the counting instead and we'll see if your total matches mine. Now some of the lumber's lying about the yard, but most of it kept in the storehouse. For these you can just ask Grethil for the number. Here I'll lend you some writing materials so you can take notes. I think it was 33 or 63 or some shit. Alright. Grethil, how much lumber we got? Taking stock of your... Taking stock? Alright. Well, last I counted, we had 68 planks in the storehouse here. Shit. Hi, Grethil, another load's just arrived. 13 planks all told, but one's damaged. It's only good for kindling now. Alright then, bring the good ones here and be sure to let Irvith know as well. So, how many planks does that make now? 76. Yeah, you're writing down these numbers anyway, right? So I'm sure you can work it out. 76. Jot down details of the conversation. 76. Uh, 11, so 87. Hmm. 24 plus 87. 111. All right. Done, are you? So how many planks did you count? 111. -2. Fuck it, 106. Yeah. Fuck it. Go with that. Thanks for the help, friend. Taking stock fair puts me to sleep, but it has to be done as promised. I'll give you your lumber. What do you need it for anyway? The ladder. You were serious about the ladder? I'll be damned. And if that's the case, please let us help with the work. We're shipwrights with no ships to build, only shacks. While it's a living, we all itch to do something greater. This fellow you say is in charge. You reckon he'd mind the likes of us barging in on this project? He won't mind. Wonderful, I'll round up the lads and lasses and we'll head over to the ladder, along with all the lumber you need. You guys have nothing to do, huh? Who pays you? Like, straight up, who pays these guys? Who's the business owner here? It's like, I'll give you free lumber if you do my work of counting fucking wood. God damn, bro. Wood is cheap in here because they don't have anything to do with it. Why is it so hot today, by the way? It's kind of annoying. But yeah. Really hot. Oh, what's going on with my hair there? It's a problem with long hair. Ah, thou art returned. Were thou able to procure the lumber? Yep, I was able. Well, to secure not only the material, but the eager cooperation of the shipwrights besides. Their expertise shall greatly avail our efforts. Master Chai's own efforts have not been without struggle, but he hath proven himself to be a determined soul. I doubt not but that the work shall be complete ere long, and we may continue on our way once more. Though it hath been years in the making, at long last do the people stand united in defiance of the world's fate, their hopes spurring us ever onward towards journey's end. Whatsoever may await us, when thou takes those final steps, I pray that it shall be in with a smile upon thy face. So it's like extra sentence for no reason. But prematurely do I give myself to sentimental musings. Many more pressing concerns demand our attention, not the least of which is the matter of how we might reach the mountain, detached from the land as it is. For the present would appear we have matters here well in hand. Perhaps thou shouldst take thine ease for a time. Thou wilt need every ounce of thy strength for the trials ahead. Let's chill for a bit. Look at all these people working together. Excited she is. What are you even hammering? So excited. Oh, my husband's working.
The citizens of Yulmore engaging in what can only be described as manual labor. Who would have thought it possible?
Oh my god. Emmett, you're killing me, buddy.
Do you know the most reliable way to deal with those who stubbornly refuse to see reason?
Tyranny?
You conquer them. Crush them under heel. Such was the trusted method of Alec, and one still favored by Garlemald.
Yeah.
But conquest is the easy part. The true challenge begins once the dust has settled, quenching the glowing embers of animosity and maintaining a semblance of peace. This requires the conqueror to treat the conquered with dignity, and the conquered to let bygones be bygones, a difficult feat to achieve. But you have achieved just that, to my considerable surprise.
Pretty good, aren't I? Well, I didn't really conquer.
Take it.
I didn't really conquer them, did I?
Ah, the vibrant energy that fills the air when like-minded souls gather. To think back on that time before time, fair brings a tear to the eye. What? You thought ancient beings like us incapable of crying? Well, rest assured that if your heart can be broken, then so can mine.
Yeah.
Back when the world was whole, we had family, friends, loves. Men knew peace and contentment, and with our adamant souls, we could live for an age. There was no conflict born of want or disparity. Our differences paled into insignificance next to all we had in common. And then there was Amarok. Never was a city more magnificent. From the humblest streets to the highest spires, she fairly gleamed. Not that you would remember any of this. Never mind. The point is, the world of old was a far better place than what we have now. I believe you would like it, having witnessed the things you have. Remember, you are of the Source. Unlike the half-men here, you stand only to gain. Should you survive the remaining calamities, you will become our equal. A complete existence in a complete world.
True.
But such talk is a pleasure for later. Back to work, hero. Ah, there was one thing I had meant to ask. How well do you know the Exarch? Has he ever deigned to show you what hides beneath the cowl?
Cat ears. All we have there, cat ears.
What? Never? Even to you? How very interesting. I shall enjoy working out what it means. Until next time.
I never doubted you for a moment.
It's alive. I don't know if you remember, but when we first met in this world, I was all but spent. I never thought to wonder why until now. I think it all just got to be too much. The guilt of causing the flood. Knowing everyone hated me. But the worst thing was the solitude. Time wears you down, aye. But solitude eats away at you. It was this close to finishing me off. But as bad as it got, and as empty as I felt, I can't even begin to imagine what it must be like for Emmett Selk.
Seriously. You only live for 100 years.
Don't make a choice that leaves you alone. Nothing is worth that. Especially not eternity.
Glad tidings, my friend. The ladder lives again.
The three of us have been invited to do the honors. Are you up for it? Of course, if you're worried that the whole thing might come crashing down, we can always find someone else.
Or, like, not have you to go first? I don't know. It's like, do you want to test this new ride? Do you want to test this new ride? I assure you it works fantastic.
We rode the ladder too, my comrades and I. once upon a time.
Mm-hmm.
Watched the horizon grow, and the town shrink below us. Awed and terrified in equal measure, we ascended without a word. The silence broken only by the rhythm of the gears. No one but me remembers that day. Remembers our journey and our end. Retread the path. Seek, and you may yet find.
Yeah, man. Solitude, eh? Yeah, you can't imagine what it's been like for him itself. Kinda went eglomaniacal, right? That's what he called himself. Eglomaniacal mastermind. And here we finally are at top rung. The others should arrive ere long. Alphina, Fulmina, come up here. There's something I need you to see. What could this be about? Bum bum ba-da, bum bum ba-da. Oh, my fear of heights is acting up. Look at all these Taloses up here. Quite the view though, huh? Alright, those two though. There's a village, Fulmina, over to the northeast. So there is, yet after 2 decades without the latter in operation, I would not be surprised if such an isolated settlement had long since been abandoned. Nor I, but that was before I spied someone leave it and proceed to head in our direction, all the while trying to remain unseen. Whoever this mysterious person is, they should still be out there. Go on and take a look for me now. Da-da. It's a birdie. Whoa! He saw me! Oh wait, that's the guy we saved in the water, isn't it? Look at the mysterious person. Yeah, this is the guy we saved from the water. There's someone, right? And they're spying on us. Personally, I don't feel comfortable not knowing who they are. What do you say we investigate? Yeah, all the time in the world. I'm curious too, I must admit, and I dare say we have a bit of time ere with the others sent. It's settled then. Let's head to the village and see if it's indeed inhabited. Jesus. Ba 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 da ba 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 da. Ba. For real. Yee-haw! Jumper. Hear faint sounds from inside the building, however the door appears to budge. Half empty cup. Didn't even finish his drink. Cups are half empty or half full, depending on how you see such things. Behind the counter, a kettle bubbles steadily over the stove. No way, bro. I fucked up. I fucked up. That is so annoying. But news, Filomena, were you able to find anything of note? How about the boiling pots? Go and find our mysterious person. Maybe this place is abandoned. Yeah, let's fool this guy. Let's fool this guy. I don't think so, my friend. While there's no one to be seen, it's plain that this village is indeed anything but abandoned. But what? Could have fooled me? If the villagers are trying to conceal themselves, they're doing a rather poor job of it. But if they don't wish to be seen, what are we to do? Open the door. I say, aren't you the ones who saved my life? Ah, the painter. The OG painter. What's up? You're Tristal, the artisan from Yulmore. Artiste. You remembered. Ever since we parted ways, I've worried for you. Bound for the city as you were, never did I imagine that we would meet again, and here of all places. We could say the very same thing to you, my friend. I'm glad to see you hale and whole, but tell me, what's this village? This is Amity, a settlement made up of those who survived being exiled for Yulmore. Okay. As I wandered the wilds, I chanced to cross paths with an inhabitant of these parts. He took me through a secret tunnel which led to the top of the Blight Cliff. I've been here ever since. Life is hard, but we know a semblance of peace. Well, we did, at any rate, until Mount Gulg broke away from the earth, then just as suddenly the letters started moving again. And you feared whoever was coming up would threaten your lives. Aye, but I see now there's no cause for concern. Will you tell me what has brought you here? The floating mountain. Probably. So Valtteri is a sin eater, and he's fled to Mount Gulg. It's a strange tale, but I have no reason to doubt your words. I owe you my life. If there's anything I can do to help, you need but say the words. Your help would be most welcome, Tristal. To begin with, we request your people's permission to reconnoiter the area. If we are to confront Valtteri, we must find a way to reach Mount Gulg. Of course, you hardly need our permission to be here. I will tell the others about you and yours. Now, we haven't much to offer in the way of hospitality, but our village is at your disposal. Please use it as you see fit in your quest. Are you the fucking village spokesperson? What's going on here? Another hapless soul that Alphino saved from mortal danger, I see. Some things never change. At any rate, seems that brother has a mind to linger. Meanwhile, I have a mind for us to explore. Wilmina and I are going to scout out the area. We'll be back in a while. Uh-oh? Very well, then just take care out there. Why are you volunteering me to go explore with you? I never said I want to explore. Dude, these fucking twins are shameless. The path diverges. Let's split up so we can cover more ground. I'll go east if you would be so kind as to go west. We can aim to meet at the foot of the mountain, taking note of what we see along the way in a short while then. I am very close to a level. Maybe I'll be lucky enough. What is that? A cliff kite. Yeah. Oh well, maybe not. I mean, I know it will give me a level doing the story quest, but still. The job quest, basically. Fuck is that? Yeah. That's fucked up.
You're a sight for sore eyes. I don't know about you, but I bumped into quite a few sin eaters out there.
Yep.
You too, then. It seems the closer we get to Mount Gulg, the more of them there are.
Mm-hmm.
Looks a lot bigger from here, doesn't it?
It's usually how it works.
The first thing I'd do is surround myself with as many sin eaters as I could lay my hands on. And judging by the number we've already faced, his lordship is of the same mind. This is going to be a tough climb. But first things first. We need to determine if climbing is even an option. The more I look, the less likely it seems.
What would you expect to find?
But flying may be our only choice after all.
Fuck are those, by the way?
There you are. Master Alphino was afeard you had met with some misfortune.
that like testing?
Urianger. And you too, Exarch. What brings you here?
I wish to observe the final struggle with my own eyes. I arrived at Bottom Rung too late to accompany you, but I was in time to join Urianger and the others. Come, let us see how this unfolds.
Holy fuck. Oh, there they go. Instant death.
Well, it seems flying is off the table.
Yes, I would assume so.
If we have learned that much, then the Machina have served their purpose.
Ah, so that's what they were for. Wasteful, but effective.
It would seem our foe will not be reached by land or air. We must needs withdraw to consider another course. Master Alphino waiteth for us at Top Rung. Thither should we make our way.
Oh. Didn't expect to see the Chais here, though I suppose it's well within their rights. Damn. Anyway, it's time to tackle our next little obstacle, finding a way to reach Mount Gulg. For this, we'll need to put all our heads together.
In short, there's no path, and the sky is thick with Vorthry's winged devils.
Winged
I
devils.
consider Amaro. But without extensive training, we cannot hope to contend with the Eaters. Yulmor's airship fleet, meanwhile, consists solely of transport vessels ill-suited for battle. And without the expertise of one such as Sid, we are in no position to attempt to refit.
Oh, it's so frustrating! That wretched mountain should jolly well come back down to Earth!
Now, dearest, we mustn't disturb these good people at their work. We've ridden the ladder and seen the sights. It's past time we took our leave.
The lady may well have the right of it.
Oh, wonderful.
Gulg will not soon come down to Earth, nor can we compel it to do so. But if the mountain will not come to the land, mayhap the land may be made to come to the mountain. In the form of a Talos. A Talos large enough to reach out and take the volcano in its grasp.
How'd you even come to that idea?
Would be an onerous undertaking indeed, yet the principle seemeth sound in itself.
Boulder Dash! No one has ever made one even half that size.
I'll just need to make the arm, right?
Leaving aside the small matter of logistics, which, by the way, would be no small matter, the design would be unimaginably complex.
Get to work.
Though, I suppose, if its only function is to cling to the ruddy mountain, perhaps it needn't be. Solid base, firmly rooted to the ground, sacrifice mobility to simplify the construction, reducing materials required. Wait, what am I thinking? We would still need a veritable army of people to do the work.
Luckily, we have that.
The crew that help down below, it would take decades, if not a nice round century.
Oh, wow.
So we need more hands. And what sort of things would these hands be required to do?
Well, let's see. First, we need people to procure the stone for the chassis.
Miners in Amarang?
The rock found near the mountain would suit our purposes well enough. It'd be a simple task to quarry the stuff, but given the stupendous quantity required, we'd need all the help we can get.
We have friends amongst the miners of Armoring. I will go and petition their aid.
While you do that, I'll make for Mordsuk. I'm sure I'll be able to drum up some support.
Then I shall return to Calusia. From fishers to carpenters, Yulmore is home to all manner of talented folk. I dare say their skills will avail us.
Is there anything else you need?
What else? Metal workers, maybe? I don't know.
Well, yes, actually. Magic. Lots of the stuff, as much as possible. To awaken a talus of this size would require an entire congregation of mages.
Oh, don't worry. We got the Exarch.
Many among the Knights Blessed are gifted in the arcane
Oh,
arts.
those two.
I will recruit them to our cause.
The Fey folk, too, possess surpassing aptitude in magics. Yet they are not wont to cooperate in the endeavors of men. Leastwise, not without making all manner of mischief. That being the case, I would instead call upon the people of the Crystarium, with thy permission, Exarch.
We are at your disposal, as are our Amaro and Chocobos.
I'm sorry. You mean to tell me you can call on not only the people of Yulmore and the Crystarium, but the Knights Blessed and the Maw, and even those miners?
Who the hell are you people?
But that's just about everyone in Ballynorvrand.
Yeah, basically.
Who are you people? And how did you come to have so many friends?
Well, listen.
Dearest, have you forgotten already? Alfino told us that when we first met.
Actually, that may not have
Christ, bro. I love the writing.
So, as you can see, you will not want for bodies. I trust you will have your design ready in good time for their arrival. Norvrand is counting on you, heir to Daedalus Stoneworks.
He's like, I'd never volunteered to do this. Shit.
We'll be back as soon as we can, and we'll bring the whole world with us.
Basically. As sad as it sounds, yeah. So good. Now, just the two of us.
Will be assisting Master Chai. Though I am quite sure he has everything under control.
Oh yeah, for sure. Oh god, bro. That woman. Okay, Master Chai, let's talk. I have the design ready, she says, and good time, she says. She understands what's involved. I can even attempt to design anything. I need intimate knowledge of the land. The knowledge of locals. Last I heard, no one lives here. Oh, well, actually. What is this pose? What? A village of Yulmore and exiles? But those people have every reason to loathe a free citizen like me. They couldn't possibly be willing to cooperate. Oh, this will never work. Never. I never should have fixed that ruddy lift. Never should have ridden it up here. Never should have. Never should have. Oh dear, darling appears to have lost the plot. But he has it in him, Filomena. He's the cleverest man I know. He just wants for confidence sometimes. If you were to give him some words of encouragement, I'm sure he can give you your talus. Bit of advice I learned from his mother. He responds poorly to obvious praise. You'll need to find another way to stroke the fires of his motivation, awaken his sense of daring. Choose words that will best encourage China's. In order to succeed, you must lift his spirits sufficiently during the conversation. Yeah. Can't do it, no one can. A toss of that side, no one's even dreamed of it. Well, he did, but he's such a capable lad, brimming with confidence. Regardless of my own feelings, I can't do a damn thing without help from those villagers. But they're not bally likely to give it. Tristal's among them, you said so yourself. Lest you've forgotten, we essentially sent him to his death. Even if the others don't bear a personal grudge, he would never forgive us. Don't worry, I'll forgive you for sure. How can you make such blithe claims without proof? You're either naive or you think I am. Alright. And whatever you say, in the end, it's not even a question of forgiveness. Building such an enormous talus is impossible, and no amount of contrition will change that. And even if by some miracle the people of Amity were willing to let bygones be bygones, they'd think that the plan is absurd. I think it's absurd. You touch turns to gold. No one would doubt your plan. You liberate a castle with a strategy that many would call absurd. Well now, to flood the very castle you sought to reclaim, such a strategy could indeed be considered absurd, yet you succeeded not in spite of, but because of it. Our own strategy may likewise seem absurd, but maybe, just maybe, it stands a better chance of success for it. But be that as it may, there are risks to consider should the venture fail. I imagine for a moment that we fail to reach Vothri and only succeed in provoking him. In his fury, he may well unleash his hordes of eaters and will meet a horrible end. And we'll die together. We build talus for battle. Oh wait, shit. Thought of that, I assure you, but I'm afraid Talus cannot contend with Sin Eaters. If they could, I would never have come to Yulmore. Nonetheless, I appreciate your earnest attempt to find a solution. Makes me wonder, what is it that drives you? Tell me, why did you throw yourself into the midst of such a grueling struggle? I got roped into it. So you do not fight willingly, just like me. We may put a smile, but behind it there's only doubt. If even your heart isn't in it, there's no hope for any of us. No point in building the talus. It's given up completely. Really, the one answer, huh? I was trying to do like a ping pong, but apparently not. Alright, fine, fine. Okay, okay. Alright, alright, alright. I know, unless we take the first steps. This is a chance for everyone to come together, even if they hurled stones at me, perhaps it's worth trying to apologize. But what then? In the end, it's not even a question of forgiveness. Building such an enormous talus is impossible. And even if by some miracle the people of Amity were, it's less absurd than the change that's come. We liberate a castle with a strategy that many would call absurd. Well, now, to flood the very castle you sought to reclaim, such strategy, our own strategy, da-da-da. Alright, alright. Now, why do I fight? Technically because I was roped into it. Yeah, a little bit toss for battle, yeah. Okay, there we go. Oh, body's fired up. Fucking Super Saiyan aura and shit. Just let's go. Yes, yes, by the gods I can do this. I just need to have a little faith in myself. Right, let's head to Amity and speak with the villagers, with Tristal. My love, things are liable to become more dangerous. I want you to wait for me back in Yulmore. No. Wherever you go, I'm going to. Besides, you're not the only one who has to apologize. But there's no telling what may happen out here. I don't know if I can keep you safe. Perhaps this is a bad idea after all. I don't think I have what it takes. Master Shai, that you're beset with doubt is proof that you can envision the task ahead. And that which man can envision, he can make reality. Thus did some old friends of mine once say. That's actually a nice saying. Even should it be a feat fit for the divine, if something has been done before, then it most assuredly can be done again by our own hands. That's a little idealistic, don't you think? Yep, pretty much. Perhaps, Master Chai, perhaps. But what if a man is not, if not an idealistic creature? It's not an easy thing to achieve one's dreams. My friends can attest to that. Countless times did they meet with frustration in the course of their endeavors. None would have found fault with them had they given up, yet they never did. One step after the next, they forged on towards their goals. And for their determination, they accomplished numerous feats that many believe lay beyond the reach of mankind, such as time travel into a different fucking universe and bringing a whole fucking crystal tower there too. Like them, you're a man of science. Amidst your doubts, surely there is a spark of desire, the desire to make the impossible possible. Come, darling, like the old days, I would be the first to see your talus. And you shall be, my dear. I would have none other than at my side when my greatest masterpiece awakens. Right then, to Amity. I'm glad my words struck a chord. Shall we? Da, 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 da. Da, 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 da. You? What's the meaning of this? Treachery. You have every right to be angry with us, but please listen to what I have to say. I'm tasked with delivering these people to Mount Gold by means of a talus of heretofore unseen proportions. However, I cannot do this without the cooperation of those with intimate knowledge of this land, that is, you and your fellow villagers. Cooperation? After you ignore my desperate pleas and cast me out, you have the gall to come here and ask for my cooperation? You have every right to be upset. Vothri is not the one to blame for your suffering. We were free citizens without a care in the world, indifferent to the hardship of others. We didn't know what would become of you, and frankly, we didn't care. But we know now that what we did to you, to full many, was wrong, terribly wrong. No words will suffice to make amends, but I want you to know that we are deeply sorry. I'm not sure how I feel. Should I forgive you, hate you? Perhaps it's not even my place to judge. After all, I sought a place in your city. I want to be you once. But one thing is clear to me. All of that is in the past, and we mustn't let past wrongs stand in the way of a bright future. I don't know, man. I'm very vengeful. I'm just saying. And so I will cooperate with you. Please see our friends to Mount Gold. Just like that. You have my word. I'll set to work on the design at once. Won't do to have nothing to show the others when they return with help. Make no mistake, this venture is unprecedented in the history of Talus building. Nay, the history of all mankind. But rest assured, this genius of Daedalus stoneworks will deliver. Ah, wicked white. Their problem? Well, you see, I've been promised people to procure the stone as well as imbue magic. When I was put on the spot earlier, I thought that was all we required. I forgot about one rather important item needed to bring a talus to life, the heart. That's right, the heart. I'm pleased to see you have some familiarity with Talus. So, while I work on the design, I'd be much obliged if you could see to procuring the ore with which to fashion a heart. A heart suitable to bring to life a Talus that shall embrace the very firmament. Meet the Thalls. You seek material for the Talus's heart. I know people who may be able to assist. They are the Thalls, a dwarven family that have long mined this land. No one knows its bounty as well as they. You explain your situation. 1 second. If you explain your situation, I'm sure they would be willing to cooperate. Indeed, it was one of them that showed me the secret tunnel to the top of the cliff. Look at that. You will find the Thalls at their village to the northwest, a place called Tomra. When you arrive, seek an audience with Chief Zamot, and do not forget to greet him with a hearty lally-ho! Permit me to join you, Philmina. I would keep my joints limber, and mayhap I can provide some manner of assistance. I'll leave the heart to the two of you, then. The variety of ore doesn't matter so long as it's rich with ether. I'll aim to have my design complete by your return. That's why I got that Ethernet crystal. Ba ba da ba 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 da wa ba ba da ba 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 da. How's that? Run. Hello? Game? Hello? Ah, damn, the sneezing. Rough. Alright, Exarch, let's go. So this is Tomra. Yep. So it would seem. Seldom do we see the dwarven folk at the Crystarium to now be in the presence of so many. I shall enjoy not having to crane my neck for a change. Bloody ho! Bloody ho! Did you just call me? It's a greeting, lass. A lolly ho for a lolly ho. That's the way it works. Come, let's try it again. Lolly ho. Lolly ho. Let's get this over with, man. Yeah, your turn. Not bad, but there's room for improvement. Any road, not that we have observed common courtesy. Who are you and what are you doing here? At the recommendation of the Denizens of Amity, we have come to seek the aid of the Thal family. May we speak with Chief Zammot? Why, yes you may. I am Zammot, and I bid you welcome to Tomra. If it's the folk of Amity what sent you here, you must have quite a tale to tell. Come, let's hear it. Well, and there I thought some those below had no fight left in them. Having said that, it's not like we know how to deal with the floating volcano and all them sin eaters neither. If you're serious about restoring peace to these parts, though, we'll gladly lend you a hand. However, kind of ore you seek's precious to us too. If I let you have it only for you to bungle things up and squander it, like no amount of ale will wash away my chagrin. First, I need to make sure you're worthy by means of a trial. Aye, a trial most strictly passed down through the line of Thal. Okay. And what is this trial? Come with me and I'll tell you all. It's like walking, it's like, hey, psst, psst, grab the ore. Hey, grab the ore. I'm just gonna mess with them a bit. We'll give it to them anyways. Grab. Thalsmith. Listen well. As you know, we are mining folk, and in the mining life, danger is a constant companion. So, when we come of age, each of us must prove our readiness to take to the mines. This we do by undertaking a trial, what tests the 3 traits all good miners can't do without. Discernment, diligence, and dexterity. We call it 3D Mine Runner. Now, look at my helm. Mark its features well. You'll be given a slingshot, which you must use to shoot dwarves to wear helms that shoot dwarves as wear helms that what are different. I've already made the necessary arrangements. When you're ready to take the trial, report to the observer nearby. Best of luck to you. Lolly ho! You must be the challenger too, the chief mentioned. I'll show you to the rooftop at once. As I'm sure you've been told, in 3D Mine Runner, you use a slingshot to shoot them as wear the wrong helms. Let's begin with a spot of practice, eh? Get fucked. Nice shooting. Keep it up. in the actual trial. Dude, that was like super fucking fast, by the way. Alright, let's go. I'll be them as wear the right helm. You shoot them, you fail. So look carefully. Ah, come on. Yeah, fuck. Well done, a fine show of discernment and dexterity. Is there a hard mode for this too? Well done, the trial is over. Run along back to the chief now and get on with putting an end to all this strangeness of late. They can easily make a shooter game in this game. That was some impressive shooting last. Consider me satisfied. Alright, it's plain you didn't come this far with luck alone, so I'll place my faith in you and help you find the ore you seek. Thank you. Did you know that Colusia's rich in sulfur? Well, it is. We've been mining the stuff since ancient times, and every so often the self-same veins yield what's called earthseed, a rare ore steeped in magic. Time was we used to refine our sand for this and that, but the technique's been lost. The stuff's still out there to be had, though. Provided you know where to look, and no place is surer and the Durgar's Tool. Problem is, the site's occupied by our age-old rivals, the Gogs. Greedy sods claim the place is theirs, and refuse to let any other bugger near. Oh, there never was a more odious lot than them Gogs. I could go on forever about those hornless horse sons. But then we'd be here forever, and that won't get us nowhere. What it boils down to is this. If you want the Earthseed, you've got to deal with the Gogs. Reckon you're up to the challenge? Sure. We have dealt with far worse. I am sure we can find a way to obtain what we need. Yeah. That's the spirit. Now, to help you find your way, I'll have one of ours go with you. I'll do it. I'll go with them. Wow. You, Karut. I couldn't help overhearing. I knew the eaters had flocked to Mount Gul, but I didn't know why. To think the last light warden's hiding up there. The fate of Colusia. No, the world hangs in the balance. If I can be of some help, then I want to do my part. Your zeal is commendable, lad, but it isn't so simple. This here's Karut. Young as he is, he's one of the village's finest miners. The lad's got an uncanny sense of where to dig, and his aim with the pickaxe is as true as any dwarf's. But put him in the thick of battle and he couldn't hit the side of a minecart if he was sitting in it. If all he needed to do was dig, he'd be your dwarf, but he is liable to become a sin-eater's breakfast before he can even manage a swing. It's true, I'm hopeless in the fight, but I still want to try. Please, please let me go with you. Oh. I take care of you, you take care of the ore. Sounds good. Okay, thank you so much. I'll try my best not to be a burden. If you want to take Karut, far be it from me to stop you. Keep him safe though, will you? We will most assuredly encounter sin-eaters along the way. Though with you in our company, they will be more a spectacle than a concern. So far, it has been the case. But we'll see. Dragon's Tool lies in a cave to the east. I'm ready when you are. Let's go. You have a fair distance to cover. Be on your guard for Sin Eaters. You mean these guys? Hello? Amazing, you two are really strong. It may interest you to know that Filmina is a great hero in the land whence she fails. Some would say the greatest. Really? I must have some stories to tell, Filmina. That she does, tells her to impress and inspire you in turn. By all means, have her regale you with a few once our work is done. I can't wait. Alright. End up sucking my dick. I don't know how much I'm fine, but you two make a great team. As the team unto herself, I merely for dude, stop sucking my dick, man. There we go. Well, looks like you've been doing this for years to me. Is that so? I shall take that as a compliment. For years, maybe centuries. Well, a century. Did I say something wrong? Not all your words are most heartening indeed. I feel like a young man again. Talk as if you're old. How long have you two known each other? Well... Wow, there's even more of them. Why'd they all go for him though? How much further to the cave? Not far, it's just past this rise. Oh. Ah, again? Here's we are surrounded. Christ. Thank you, Exarch. It's done. Let us press on. Right. Righto. Yeah, okay, nice, finally. just don't care about these dwarves. Wah! Just as we were about to get there. On us push then, shall we, Filmina? Let's do it. Whoop whoop. Defeat the Sin Eaters. Not now. Oh, fuck my life. What was that shit? I think not. Alright. Cool, thank you. Kind of a cheese move there, if you ask me. Oh, shit, that took a while. We're alive! We're alive! Let's hurry inside before any more Sin Eaters come. Alright, follow me please. I will take you to the Duergar's Tuel, where the purest sulfur in the land may be found. Nice little place. If the terrain and stench are an indication, we are at the Tuel. Ah, there. The Gogs with their ugly, unkempt beards. They realize we're here, they'll come after us. Best to take them down first. You're not so hasty, Karut. The animosity between your two clans notwithstanding, I would not resort to violence unless necessary. I will use an enchantment to render them invisible. It will not fool sin eaters, but it will suffice to hide you from the eyes of men. While you are thus concealed, do you think you could find us the Earth Seed? I'll dig up the choicest stuff there is. Interesting. You would be much obliged. Without further ado, then. Wow. Ha! I can see straight through me. Right. Digging will go. Let us not be idle either. Although Karut cannot be seen, he may still be heard. I would aid him by removing some few Gogs from the field. To that end, Dream Powder, as you may recall, we used it for the rescue mission at Laxton's Loft. Oh, we use needle more too. What? Oh, truly. Seems our alchemists got a little carried away with the latest batch. It has been useful now in endeavors, then I have no cause to complain. Now then, I shall make you invisible as well, that you might steal close to the dwarves and give them a dose of dream powder. Even should it fail to put them to sleep outright, should render them drowsy enough to seek their beds. Say the word and I will cast enchantment. Let's go. Let's do it! Ready to begin? Yep. Oh. Dun, 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 dun. Go to sleep, go to sleep. I can barely keep my eyes open. Time to call it a day. Unkempt beards people. Bop, bop. Gog dwarf. Oh, so drowsy. Not safe to work when drowsy. Better get some rest. Speaking of drowsy, well, work and no ale makes something a something, and I'm spent. Use dream powder and God family members. Oh, no. No, 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 no. What about is Ashes still up? No, it doesn't look like Ashes of Creation is still up. If you run... All the dwarves have taken their leave. Good work, my friend. We have done all that we can. Let us await Korut's return. I'm back. I'll come back. This is the purest stuff there is. Think it's enough, or shall I go and dig up some more? I dare say will suffice for our purposes. You have our gratitude, Korut. Let us carry this back to... Ah! Are you alright? Worry not, I shall be fine. Long as I have been away from the Crystarium, a little weakness is to be expected. I may have also overexerted myself in the moment. To have this rare opportunity yet be unable to enjoy it to the full. Who goes there? Ah! What? That's Glag, Chief of the Gogs. Black Gog. You're one of the Thals. I see. Word was our miners were coming back drowsy, one after the next. I immediately suspected foul play. And what should I find here but Thal scum skulking about? It's a spineless act befitting your limp beards. What? I won't stand for that insult. Our beards are soft and luscious and smell like freshly tapped ale. Gog beards are dry and crusty and smell like a knocker's arse. Impudent, well, better a hobgoblin's nose hairs than the feeble floppy things you Thals have hanging from your faces. Grrr. Like oil and water, this is not like to end of its own accord. Lumina, do you perchance have some dream powder left? This is beginning to get interesting. The expression though. Worry not, my friends, something tells me you'll have ample opportunity later to witness their bickering. For now, however, we should be on our way. What the swivin? It's fucking knocked out. Forgive me, Korut, but we need to be calm as well. I'm sorry, it's just when it comes to the Gogs, I can't help but see red. You need apologies, my friend. You are here on our account, and we have not but gratitude for you. Now that we have what we came for, however, it is time to take our leave. The Talus awaits its heart. Let's go. Let's give the Talus its heart. Espresso con pana. Rich veins of hope. Well, my friend, much as I have enjoyed our time together, I think it's best we split up that we might accomplish our task more swiftly. I shall see the Earth Seed safely into the hands of China's. While I am thus employed, would you be so good as to deliver Korut back to Tomra? My thanks, Lumina. Brief though it was an honor to go adventuring with you. I shall see you back in Amity. Lolly ho, glad you're back in one piece. How did you fare with the Earthseed then? I got them all they needed. The Exarch's on his way to Amity with it now. Good to hear that young Korut was of help. As it happens, a few others came forward while you were gone, saying they want to do their bit as well. Given that you're building a Talus, we reckon you'd be needing some mining tools, so we went and modified our spare pickaxes for use by bigger folk. Here, take these with you. Should be plenty to go around. From what our scouts tell me, there's a crowd gathered at top rung already. Go and see that everyone has a pickaxe to swing, eh? We fall. We fall. We fall into it all. I messed up. I didn't get the one in right. Yeah, damage. Hey, change my music, please. Change the music for me. Or not? How about you guys? Cocosigru. Look, Filmina, people from all over have come to help us quarry stone. And this isn't even all of them. As we speak, the volunteers, Tancred and Rin, recruited, are being escorted to the work site. And by both Crystarium and Yulmore soldiers, no less. So as you can see, we have plenty of hands. There's just one problem. We don't have enough tools to put in them. We've been desperately trying to round up more, but we haven't had much luck so far. Oh well. Pickaxes from the dwarves. Trust you to have exactly what we need, exactly when we need it. Yeah. Well, what are you waiting for? Go and hand them out to everyone so they can get to work. Run. Long time no see, traveler. Are you waiting to be issued a pickaxe too? There you go, brother. Oh, you clearly weren't. And now neither are we. Of course, one cannot work on an empty stomach, which is why I brought some tasty worms to share. As much as we would all enjoy a treat, perhaps the worms are best saved for afterwards? Greetings, Filmina. You may not remember me, but I'm one of the carers from the inn at Journey's Head. After night return to Amarang, we noticed a change in our patients. The transformation had halted in every one of them. I can't express what it did to the mood of the place. We were still celebrating days later, when who should come along but Alize. She said that she sought the aid of those who believed in the Warrior of Darkness. We all answered her call right there and then. Of course, some few carers had to remain behind, but as many of us came as soon as could be spared. I do have great respect for the Warrior of Darkness. When we meet, I'll be sure to treat them to a nice, plump worm. Yeah. About that. Disgusting. Magnus. We've come to Filmina, in case you're wondering. Guth Joan is here too. Couldn't wait to start breaking rocks though, so he's gone on ahead. Bah, he could have at least left us a spare set of tools. There you go. Ah, wonderful. Now we can be about it too. Quarrying is exactly my stock in trade, but this time I feel as though my wife will be with me, guiding my hands. So let's make it happen. Let's build a world where everyone can live without fear, where everyone has a place they can go home to. Alright then, let's be on our way. What are you still doing here, Thef? I thought you had brought your own tools. I did, and I was just about to head off when I saw Jarek. Oh gods, if this plan works and the giant Talos comes to life. Just imagine the size of the trolley it could push. Imagine it! You're still raving on about that. How many times do I have to tell you? That's not what the Talus is for. Where the hell's would the tracks even go? There's bound to be somewhere. You just need a little imagination. Seeing as the stonework is involved, maybe we could have a trolley added to the design. Enough! We're going to work. And if I hear any more about trolleys from you, I'll have you pushing one yourself. Whoa. Trolley addict. Ready to do our bit, Filmina. We just need tools to do it with. Look at this guy. Squatting max speed. Pickaxes, loads of them. Now we may all work to our heart's content. Yeah! I don't have many talents. I do have a strong back, and what strength I have, I'll gladly use for the sake of peace. We got the ladder moving again, didn't we? If we join hands, there's no talus we can build. Still haven't repaid you and Alfino for saving me, and I'm not sure I ever could. But that ain't going to stop me trying. I'm with you to the end. Oh. God, that's kind of cringy. That thumbs up thing. Come, you lot, look lively. That's that. Everyone got pickaxes. My thanks to Luna. With that, everyone is now equipped to work. I think I'll go and join soldiers standing guard over the volunteers. It would be a shame if they fell prey to sin eaters after all the trouble we've gone to. Alright, let us see that this plan is a resounding success for the sake of all in Norbrand. Still using the 400s, eh? Oof. Well, my friend, appears we are the only ones left here. If you have no other pressing tasks, would you care to accompany me to Amity? There, Yishtol is overseeing those who will imbue the talus with magics. Come, let us join them at once. There we fall. Da, da, da. For tomorrow. Good of you to join us. I'm pleased to say we have gathered ample help for the imbuing. With Master Chai in the process of analyzing his design, I have taken the liberty of dispatching all hands to their positions. You hurtle along as though I have my house in order, but quite frankly, this is the most disorganized mess of a project I've ever seen, and I haven't spent nearly as much time as I would like on my calculations. So thou hast proclaimed loudly and frequently, Master Chai, yet from my perspective, a layman's, though it may be, haste notwithstanding, thou hast gone to great lengths, abiding by proven methodology to ensure the integrity of thy design. Jesus Christ. Aye, well, that's just the bare minimum that's expected of us at the Stoneworks. Though our glory days are behind us, I've not forgotten our time-honored traditions. But I should mention that the Exer delivered the ore I asked for. Earthseed, I believe he called it. In that quantity, I believe we can fashion a suitable heart for the talus. What's going on over here, guys? What's this in the back here? And then everything will be in readiness, or so I would like to say. Is there a problem? In a talus of, well, any reasonable size, a single heart will serve to circulate ether throughout the chassis. But given the unprecedented proportions of that which we seek to build, I doubt that will be the case. By installing smaller peripheral hearts at intervals, I believe that we can maintain a stable ether flow, thereby solving the problem. However, we don't have enough ore for this purpose. Not for it, but to procure more, I suppose. What? Again? Runar, mayhap now is a good time to bring them out? A moment, friends, there's something I would show you. Oh, yeah. I say, are these not Hearthstones? They are the most prized possession of we of the Knights Blessed, and these belong to our kindred who have left us. Immersed in water, imbued with fervent prayer, these stones harbor no small amount of magic, and we may imbue them with yet more prior to their installation on the talus. What think you? Being from a different region, these cannot be used for the main heart. The peripheral ones, on the other hand, I believe they will serve. Excellent. When Master Mateo spoke of us of the role we are to play, the Heartstones immediately came to mind. Of course, before bringing them with me, I made certain to consult my fellows first. After all, the stones bear the precious lives of those who have gone to the Sunless Sea. But we have now beheld the Sunless Sea with our very own eyes, and by the gentle lights that glimmer on high, we know that there is peace beyond. Thus are we also at peace. If our hearts may serve to restore night to all the world, gladly do we give them. Faith is a interesting thing. So, Master Chai, if you could instruct us how to distribute the Hearthstones. Yeah. And Filmina, for good luck, may I ask that you imbue one as well? Is there a purpose for me imbuing one? I don't remember. Rest assured, it's not difficult. Simply raise your hand and focus as you would when attuning to an aetherite. Imbue the jade-colored stone here if you would be so kind. Oh, I'm inside of it? Nice. Familiar-looking Hearthstone appears to glow faintly. That will do. Thank you, Filmina. This Hearthstone appears familiar. This is because it belonged to Todia. It bears the collective hope of the Knights Blessed, the hope that none shall ever again be sacrificed to Sin Eaters. Right, I've identified the spots on the talus where the stones are needed. See that they're amply imbued, then install them as I've indicated on this diagram. And so we'll set about the task at once. When the talus awakens and the way to Mount Gulg is secured, we shall sally forth. It promises to be a trying climb, so take what rest you can in the meantime. We will see you soon. A moment, Urianger. You said that you would have measures ready in the event that our friend fails to contain the light, do you? What? Yes. Be assured that I do. All which I require lieth in this land. So, what's the plan exactly? To my deepest regret, I cannot reveal the plan to thee. In order for it to succeed, it is vital that thou remain as ignorant to its nature until the time is right. Yet, though I may thus keep my counsel, know that I have only thy safety at heart. So rest easy, my friend, and take such ease as thou mayest, the better to be ready for the trials to come. What you gonna do, you know? I'm told the rock for the chases is more or less ready, all quarried and shaped and laid out. That just leaves the imbuers to do their work. I'll continue checking my calculations up until the very last moment, but it's only a matter of time now. We managed to rally nigh everyone in Northrend for this endeavor. That's a remarkable feat in itself, but will it be enough? I don't know, but give me the gold! There's no point worrying about such things now. I'll get back to my calculations. You, meanwhile, should go and rest as your friends have suggested. My wife and the Exarch should be in the tavern. Why don't you join them? Oh, and Filmina? Thank you. Why are you there? The Exarch, he went outside a moment ago. My dear, I would have thought you would have seen him. He kept me company for a short while, but then he came over rather pale. He's clearly been straining himself, the poor thing. Anyways, he excused himself, saying that he needed a breath of fresh air. Weak as he looked, I did offer to go with him, but he assured me he would be fine. I do hope he's alright. He's probably right there on the edge. He's on the edge of glory. Da, 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 da. Bum, bum, bum. The exit does not appear to be nearby. Shubil likes to stare. We fall. We fall. We fall onto it all. Oi, wake up, buddy.
Is where my destiny awaits.
It's a good start. Nice legs.
I was lost in a dream.
Look at that leg, though.
Needed some fresh air and thought to rest for a moment. It would seem I am more fatigued than I realized. Too much time away from the tower, I fear. It drains me, leaves my body frail and weak. Though, in truth, it is debatable whether I can still call this my body. When first I turned my mind towards the salvation of the world, I came to the conclusion that it would take many long years, many more than remain to me. And so I made myself one with the Crystal Tower, that I might live indefinitely. I am but an extension of it now, hence my weakness the farther I travel, and the longer I am away.
Just move it with you, bro. Just take it with you.
It has been quite a journey. But thanks to you, the end is in sight. My wish will finally be fulfilled. How goes the construction effort? Then this may be the last moment we have to ourselves for a while. Come, sit with me.
Sure. Why not?
Tell me, when all of this is over, what will you do?
Go fight some intergalactic war. Rest a while. No idea.
Well, you needn't hurry to decide. I was merely curious to know what sort of future lay in store for a hero with her life ahead of her. But whatever it is you decide to do, I have every confidence that you will do well. For you have the strength to forge your own path. You will leave countless lives better than you found them, and the souls you touch will never forget your kindness. Then, in trying times, when you question your worth and your choices, they will raise their voices to remind you of the difference you have made. And thus will your deeds come to affirm your path. Remember this.
I will know more of you. Tell me of your treachery. Tell me of your long journey.
You mean what I intend to do afterwards?
No. Besides...
I told you that there are things we can ill afford to lose. Things, I said. Though in truth, I spoke of a person. One who is unaware of the full extent of my plans. Though she deserves to know, I have good reason to keep my counsel. I have come to terms with this in my mind, yet my heart yearns to lay everything bare. For she is my inspiration, and I would give much and more for the chance to speak with her as friends, with no thought of concealment. Should she indulge me with her tales, I would regale her with my own. About my efforts in Northrend, perhaps. Though, ultimately, that tale is more yours than it is mine. Then, I would ask her about her next adventure. And if she should wish me to be a part of it, oh, how happy it would make me. Together we would travel the lands and cross the seas and take to the skies upon the eternal wind. My heart swells simply to imagine it. But all of this is contingent upon our victory in the coming battle. The people of this world have entrusted their hopes to us. We cannot fail them. Nor those who roused me from my slumber. Thank you for your company, my friend. Let us return to Amity.
Or those who roused him from his slumber 100 years ago. 100 plus years ago, basically, on the source. Yeah, buddy. Yep, that's that. Defective Talos. Doesn't look defective. She might be angry. You didn't even need to go and like mine shit. Just destroy all of these, take their hearts, you know. I'm surprised that wasn't the quest. Like, we need more hearts. Like, yeah. Just destroy these taluses real quick, take their hearts. Maybe other material, I don't know. Worry not, my friend, I am much revived for the fresh air and your fine company, of course. Now then, let us turn our thoughts back to the task at hand. Complete. Oh yeah, let's go. Cinema time! Meanwhile, in the Imperial Palace in the source. Jesus Christ, that's some random. Alright. Your Radiance, I have taken the liberty of squandering the vile rumors that your heir is possessed by a devil. With a nation the grip of war, we may rely on patriotic zeal to prevent them from resurfacing. And what of Emmett Selk? He has taken himself to the first, to usher that world to its end. Or so I believe. He did not disclose the details of his mission, having ever preferred to work alone. Even to those who have known him since the beginning, his actions can prove unpredictable. I'm no stranger to his ways. He joys in playing me for a fool. Full many times have I been convinced I was acting on my own volition, only to discover all was as he willed it. My dear grandfather. On the subject of our esteemed colleague, his last report, though brief, did contain one item of interest. Oh? You have doubtless wondered why the Scions of the Seventh Dawn have not taken the field of late. It is because they are no longer in the source. The hero of the Scions has journeyed to the first, as have her comrades, albeit incompletely. Their bodies yet remain here in the source. This presents an opportunity. If we can defeat the Alliance prior to the Scions' return, we may eliminate their order at a stroke. And with the Scions gone, none shall remain to thwart our plans. It will be but a matter of striking down the hero upon her homecoming. Okay, but here's the thing. Elidibus, you can just go teleport to where we are and kill. Oh, actually, never mind. He can't go into that inn because it's protected or some shit like that. Yeah. Never mind, yeah, because that was the story with, like, that other guy that kidnapped, Minfilia. Minifilia. No, original Minfilia, actually. Okay. Which, lest you forget, is essential to the realization of our objective, of both of our objectives. Probably send, like, an assassin group, though. Oh, the Elidibus sign. Through Hydaelyn's meddling, her champions threaten to wrest the reins of fate from our grasp. The world is at risk of being dragged down the false path. One which will never see man reclaim his true form. It is unthinkable that he should supplant us, incomplete as he is. Such a devolution is abhorrent, and it must be stopped before it is too late. Why did you come so close? The hours has come, your radiance. Order your armies to march once more. Crush all who stand in your way. This is your heart's desire, is it not? To seize a victory that is yours and yours alone. For the future of Garlemald. It's playing him now. Though, honestly, who can stop you now if you go into the field? Oh dear, you do not wear the mummer's motley well. I was never one to take an interest in tedious conflicts. Oh boy, here we go. The whereabouts of my one true friend, however, they interest me greatly. I but hope the beasts of this first are providing her proper sport. I would know every detail, Lord Xenos, or would you rather I called you Elidibus? Unexpected. Most unexpected. That immortality should be within the reach of one with a borrowed echo. You have outdone yourself, Xenos Ye Galvis. I have no particular attachment to that name, but I am rather fond of that body. Without it, I cannot enjoy my hunt to the fullest. Your secrets are my flesh. I care not which you give me first. The choice is yours. Oh boy. Oh no. Alright, well, I'm gonna do the leveling stuff offline and shit. Either way, I was gonna go washroom, grab some food, and I'll probably be back in about an hour, and we're gonna do... What does this taste like? Iodine. I don't remember putting iodine here. Anyways, yes, so that's the end of the stream. I'll be back later in about an hour to do some what do you call it? Dragonflight beta rating. Normal raid should be out at 7 p.m, so we'll do that. Anyways, for now, peace out, and I'll see you all in an hour.